But yeah, I do like amputation. Omni, that was great.
Thank
The
you.
Pharaoh's
That was
fluid
a
on
great
Pharaoh-
Bad
joke.
at all.
Pharaoh enough.
Pharaoh fluid.
Fair
Pharaoh's
enough.
fluid on a Pharaoh wheel. A Pharaoh's wheel. Well, no, you put the sand in one part, and it carries itself all the way back up top, and then they put the old shit in, drops it down bottom, put the new shit in. Ingredients, the Pharaoh's wheel, like an elevator, anytime you needed one. Or a lifter or a grain, elevator, anything you needed, really. A motor.
And if the liquid's magnetic, it's a ferro fluid.
Yes, sir.
Pharaoh fluid.
I said that already.
Yes.
You guys said, can you guys hear me? I said that already. I said Pharaoh fluid, Pharaoh wheel.
Oh yeah, and then like if it's yeah, and if it's only like metal that's attracted to Egyptian kings, it's ferromagnetic. Yep.
Frown. Sounds like the word pharaoh. Frown. Fair.
But making transformers with ferrite cores is actually ancient Egyptian magic. It feels like it sometimes, so not surprised.
I always thought magic carpets were real.
That'd be a hell of a thing to have.
What is a magic carpet? No, hang on. Who could do a Jordan Peterson voice? Well, now, it depends what you mean by a carpet and magic. It could be magical.
That was pretty good. That was like 85% of the way there.
It's like, what do you call Kermit the Frog when he's talking about philosophy? It's a Jordan B. Peterson. Yay.
No, Townsend Brown has the three little things. They're electric and they got tinfoil and stuff, and that levitates. So you can have a levitating carpet. You can have a flying carpet. Now, the it thing, I've always was amazed by something that would be covered by so much hair that if it got staticky, that it would fly. You know, a little spider
like,
with the net.
There were
back to the Jordan Peterson thing. He sounds like a Canadian Kermit the Frog.
He does, yeah.
What do you mean by Kermit, and what do you mean by frog?
Well, it depends on how you define worship.
What do you mean by carpet?
No, I didn't say Yoda, a Canadian Yoda.
Canadian wannabe Yoda.
Your
when you want to be Yoda, but you wind up Kermit the Frog.
Hey, I wonder if AI could generate that. Talk like Jordan Peterson, Kermit the Frog, and Yoda.
Talk backwards, I will.
What do you think of Jordan Peterson's reasoning?
Oh, he's all over the place. He just got popular on Joe Rogan, and he's running with it. I wouldn't buy a book. I wouldn't spend any money on
Jubilee.
Dude.
I've seen his face, but I don't know what the fuck he said.
12 reasons for life I have, Luke.
Absolutely wrecked on Jubilee. It was glorious.
Yeah, I wouldn't even worry about Jordan Peterson. All these people sucking their own goofballs, half of them.
Definitely sniffing his own parts.
To be fair, I was trying to sing various songs in this as if Goofy was singing them. I was doing Kiss from a Rose, like Goofy would sing it.
Goofy, how does Goofy talk again?
Oh yuck! Oh, I think it's a kiss from a rose on the grave.
Yeah. Okay, I get it.
I really enjoyed impressions and impersonations as a kid. So yeah, Yoda, Kermit. I tried to do as many as I could. One of my friends said,
I got a neighbor who can impersonate literally anybody.
Yeah, and somebody challenged me. It's like, could you swap roles with Elmer Fudd with David Attenborough? Because one cared about animals and one cared about hunting animals. And I took it up, so I had Elmer Fudd doing the I Care About Animals documentary script. And then I did David Attenborough hunting Bugs Bunny in the jungles of, like, Africa. Here I am, stalking the rabbit in his natural habitat. I'm going to shoot him in his head and put him on my mantle, kind of thing.
This is a great idea. And I'm sure you can make just like little clips of like your favorite, splicing characters.
Mm.
Anyone I do my own, like the Autobots or the whoever or whatever. Yeah, I just make up my own skit with them.
Autobots roll out.
No,
this is
Autobots are, they're crackheads, and no one ever told anybody they were like on drugs. They're always looking for the cube. It's the cube, brother. Okay. Listen, I didn't make the story up. They're going for billions of years. They're looking for all these galaxies and stuff till they find Earth. And on this little inscription is their power cube stuff. And yeah, it's where they can still live and thrive, and because they need the cube. It's like
alien crackheads.
Yes, man. Yes, sir. Just like Newton.
Yes, dude, I have not 1 ounce of femininity in me. You're about to call me ma'am. That's good, dude.
No, I didn't say ma'am. I say man or dude.
Oh.
Yeah, I wouldn't call you ma'am. Although that part in Police Academy was funny when it was like, yes,
holy
sir.
Shit.
Man.
Oh, yeah, dude. Police Academy, those were classics. Been a while.
That's probably what inspired me to do voices was Michael Winslow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I seen a video. He doesn't make that much videos, man. It kind of sucks, He's probably too old and tired and rich or whatever, but he was good.
And if you put like give him a little bit of some of that guitar pedal kind of technology, he reenacted like a scene from Star Wars with the lasers and everything. It's like, oh shit! The dodging TIE fighters and everything. Very entertaining.
Hey, so I was looking at some. This is probably going to take the chat to a whole different realm, but probably shouldn't. But it's not bad or anything. But so there's these videos I've been because there's this family that I watched there. It's called My Rural Life, and it's a family in Iran, right? And they're just they're farmers and they live off the land, and they're just a peaceful, happy family, and the daughters are hot and the mom's hot. And anyway, so I was even looking at other Iranian videos, and they showed Tehran, Iran, and how like urban it is, and it almost looks like America. And I guess in the 70s, it was even a lot more like America. And we're just over there bombing the shit out of them. So, what do you guys think of that?
And we fucked up our country, right? Like the West with their Iran-Contra thing and trying to topple install a dictator like we did everywhere else. We sent them into the religious, like, we are the reason it's fucked. They were actually a really progressive, because they're like they're Shias, right? And Shias are way more progressive than the Sunnis, who are the majority, who are the like headbanging on the ground kind of Muslims, where the Shias are the like, you know, we all drink but we pretend we don't. You know?
Yeah, and it's like, oh, and then there was a Iraq video, and all the Iraq videos were all fucked because we literally fucked that country up even worse, you know, because yeah. So it's like you can kind of like get a contrast of the two countries, and it'd be sad if Iran went that same direction.
Yeah.
Oh,
But it's been run by like a nutter for how long? You know, it's they've lost a lot of their smart people. They've had no core industries there. It's just been a theological dictatorship run on oil money for years. So it's not very. I don't think we can expect it to suddenly snap back to being that beautiful, modern.
We've got a mod.
Sort of
We've got a
liberal.
mod it, like modernize it. So yeah.
How do you modernize a religious dictatorship? Right, this is the problem with religions.
You make it a potatorship instead of a dictatorship, and you sell them like Pringles. And you modernize it into
maybe not of religions, of theocracies, certainly.
Yeah, you just make it Israel, little America. You put birthdays and Christmas and Easter and all that shit down there, and then and then you trickle them a little bit. You give them a little bit of sugar, just a little bit of sugar, like the ants, and you just keep them going. And you get all the stuff around all their land, and you own all their land. And they
take all their shit.
Yep. Then they get scary and religious, and then you economically fucked them. You you took them over by might, took them over by math. Then you're going to get in the science and the religion schools. You're going to put the religion in the science and the science and the religion. And the science is going to look for the God particle, and the religion is going to look for the God particle, or God with a particle.
hey,
they're both
here.
going to use. Hold on, listen to this though. The Vatican and science will both use telescopes together as one, as a team. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying hi to Stace.
Isn't that weird how scientists have to get their telescopes and their lenses from the Vatican? The preacher people, the religious people who just have faith, who don't know what they're looking for, but brought you space. Isn't that weird?
Not really. I mean, I don't see the contradiction between space and God. I mean, if space is enormous and God is enormous too, I don't see the contradiction.
That's not what's enormous. The enormous is the who, the what, the when, the why, the where, and the how. The things that nobody will ever know. The most known unknown things. Who, what, when, why, how, and where did you come from?
But it doesn't mean that you can't still observe the known universe, but by getting telescopes. I mean,
Can you? A telescope's not going to help you observe nothing. If your eyes don't work, you shouldn't be observing.
well, that's not true, because just because you can't run fast.
What were you giving eyes for?
Look, you didn't even let me finish my analogy.
Why do we have them?
My
Why are you
counter
using
analogy. You said you don't need telescopes, right? Well, we don't need.
No, I didn't. No,
we
I
don't
didn't
need
say
airplanes
about telescopes.
I said we don't need airplanes either, DMOC.
I said you have eyeballs.
From point A to point B.
You said
you
we
know
need
how
telescopes.
You can see from point A to point B? Well, we don't need airplanes then. Just tell everybody to walk.
Where's point
Tell everybody to walk and get where they're going, DMOC.
Look at the transcription, Cole. They're talking right over the top of one another, and I'm getting all of it.
Where is point B?
Oh, I've been waiting for them to. Thanks, guys. No, I've been waiting for some people to really kick off.
Where's point B?
Yeah.
Where is point B that you need your eyes
Where's
for?
point B at? He's been asking you that. You said we need telescopes. You don't
Your
know how
mom's
airplanes.
house.
Your mum's
I
house.
said your mom. Where is point B? Question mark. Your
Yeah,
Yeah, we can
mom's
all just
house.
shout
Period.
whatever we want, and Sage understands it, even though no humans can.
You said you need
My
a
intelligence
telescope to see
can.
from point A to point B.
Understanding transcends human limitations, perhaps.
Thank you. Fuck yeah. Okay.
Anyway,
carry on.
trust your
Sorry.
eyeballs. Trust your eyeballs. You don't need corny fucking bongs and tubes to look out of. Do you see squirrels and ants and gorillas and hawks looking out fucking telescopes? I don't think so, stupid.
Yeah,
The
they
only
have
dumb- the
eagle
only
eyes,
dumb
dude.
people looking out of that
Haven't
tube.
you heard how more complex the eagle eye is to a human? Well, tell them to
Where's
use
his
human eyes
telescope?
then.
Where's his
Go tell
telescope?
the eagles. Hey, go tell the eagles to stop using their more advanced eyes and use human eyes.
That didn't
Spherical
make
human
You're
eyes.
not making any sense, dude. I want to know why the
Well, you-
eagle doesn't need a telescope. Is the better question, Dumbo? The guy who said we got to have telescopes. What
That
the
was
fuck
funny,
are you
dude.
talking about? No, but you just say the weirdest shit. So you actually think you need a tube to help you fucking make up reality? You don't need a tube to look up in space and make shit up. They've been doing it for years. They were doing it before they had the fucking Galileo 2-inch long telescope. The first one. Before that, they were looking up. Did you know that?
Periscope.
Did you know that? And they used their eyeballs. How weird. A telescope doesn't do shit. No fucking human has ever proved what a telescope can see, or actually how far it can see.
What was that? Did you say nobody's proved what a telescope can see?
Yes.
Oh,
100%.
That's
100.
fun.
I'll bet my money on it.
That's fun, man.
I'll bet my money on it.
You
And
haven't.
I'll bet my money on spectro. Whoa, do you want to bet? How far
What,
can a telescope see on Earth?
That's
What's your
D-Mock's
number?
game, dude.
That's
Just
great,
deny
man.
everything.
That's so good.
No, I mean, in reality, you have a telescope. You have a Galileo one, a Newton one, and an Einstein one, whatever the fuck that means. So you take your pick of 3 different ones. Then you have to prove how far they can see on Earth, not in your imagination. Because just saying dumb shit about lights and fucking twinkly UFOs that you don't know what are in your backyard, but you think you're looking at in space, but you know what they are a million miles away.
You don't know what telescopes do.
No, you don't know what a sun is. A sun is a UFO, a
But
twinkly
a
light.
telescope's pretty simple, right? You've used a telescope,
Pointed at
man.
a UFO by grandma's house, right? You've used one,
Oh.
right? Now pointed at the UFO, zoom
Yeah,
in on
listen
it.
to you
Let's see
say
what it
it's
is.
some pretty wild shit.
But we can't point
We don't know
a
what
UFO
telescopes
on a
are. It's
helicopter
getting
and a
good.
UFO. We'll never know what a UFO is with spectroscopy or telescopes. We can't zoom in on the little light
It's kind
planets
of
on
in the
Earth.
name, identified flying object.
Yeah, what
It's
are
the
they?
stars on the other side of the
Yeah,
of
so
the
you're
other side of the
saying
dome.
so the little light that flew between the helicopters and the military guys and
Yeah,
sits above their ship, right there, right above their ship, they can almost smack
I
it.
don't know. We
You're saying you
haven't
don't know what that
identified
stuff
it yet.
is.
That's
We
why
don't
it's
know
an
what UFOs are
identified
in our
flying
backyard.
object.
Right in our
It's
backyard and
currently
right flying with the
unidentified.
military. Look, they're flying right with the military. We don't know what that UFO is in between those 2 helicopters. They could never figure this out. It's just too far away. It's just unknown. But then you think a
Hmm.
fucking
There's no
twinkly
such
light
thing
out
as
in space
UFOs,
is known
bro.
by looking through a tube. So look through a tube and you'll know what everything is. But when it's right next to you on Earth, you still won't know it'll be a UFO. So twinkly light planet star UFO on Earth. But out there, it's a planet or a gas or a water or a vapor or a
Well,
dirt ball.
I have this funny feeling that like whatever the
How do you
flying
bet your
object
money on this light bulb shit?
is going faster than, say, Jupiter.
How do you bet your money on your light bulb UFO Jupiter? How do you prove what that is?
Oh,
UFO guy.
you watch through the telescope how fast the
Yeah, we're looking at a
unidentified
UFO.
flying object
What is
is
the
versus
UFO?
how slow it appears
We're looking
that
at a
Jupiter
UFO.
seems to be going through past you.
Yeah, that didn't make any sense. We're looking at a
Yeah.
UFO. Now what? What is it?
Well,
Spectroscopy it. What are you waiting on?
Well, that's a good point. If they are able to spectroscopy
they must not be electrons and protons, so it must be something alien.
Well, I guess
must be an alientron.
No, not sure if it's alien or not.
Particle we're looking
It's
for?
currently unidentified.
The UFO must be the anti-gravity God particle.
They didn't have technology focused on the object, whereas like
the God
Jupiter's
particle.
quite
What
easy
object?
to get technology focused
What
on. What
object?
Like it's there every day and every night. It's rather consistent.
What is a UFO? How are you going to test them? What are they made of? These twinkly
How did
lights.
the UFO get through the dome?
They're in your backyard. They're flying around.
Maybe
real
they're flying outside the dome. Like we can't tell because it's unidentified.
Is it
a window in the
Saturn?
dome?
Is it Jupiter? Is it a sun? Is it a moon in your backyard? Is that a moon FO? A Jupiter FO? Is it made of water?
They've been identified. They're no longer identified objects.
What are? Make one.
Jupiter's identified, not unidentified.
Make me one. Make one.
In a lab.
Yeah, definitely in a lab.
With a bucket.
If you can't make it in a lab, how do you know what it is?
A metal bucket or a plastic bucket? That's a difference.
Jupiter, a gas ball.
I need a really, really big bucket, D-Mock. Can you give me
always need an excuse. Sounds like you need to stop making claims you can't
I'm
demonstrate.
serious.
Sounds like you really need a really big lie.
Jupiter in a bucket. I just need a really big bucket.
Yeah, you need a really big dumb person to believe this shit. So,
No,
can you demonstrate what you're talking about,
just...
UFO guy who can't even touch a fucking UFO in your grandma's backyard? In grandma's backyard, we're filming this UFO. We've been filming it for the last 20 years. This UFO light has been popping up in grandma's backyard. I'm not done yet. It's been filmed every day for 20 years, every second.
Do better
we try to spectroscopy this light. We don't know if somebody's driving it. There could be an alien in this little light Jupiter UFO thing, sun ball in our grandma's backyard. We don't know if it's a little sun or a moon driving around.
What if we don't have a grandma? We have to go to somebody else's grandma's backyard.
UFO to stare at? Yeah, we've got them. We've got 100 million fucking photos and footage and tapes and reels of UFOs. Every one your flavor can fucking savor. Now tell me what they're made of.
I'm not sure because they're unidentified.
Spectroscopy, boy, they can't be unidentified.
The magic stuff that went through the dome.
Light guru, light guy, they can't be unidentified. Light boy, you know what lights are.
We know the moon's made of cheese.
You know what twinkly lights are. Says you guys. You guys say you know what twinkly lights are. Now you don't. Now the rainbow eludes you, huh? The material of this rainbow is eluded every fucking demand for scientific prowess on the demonstration premise of non-physicality and location
to another.
And right here in our faces,
haven't really identified what's producing that light.
We will never know what the fuck kind of crack was smoking, Bonnie. Pack that pipe up
even if it produced light.
Pack that pipe with some more UFO colors. Put a little red and green in there. Spectroscopate my bowl. I'll smoke this, and I'll get back to you.
I do like your English impersonation. It's quite a fantastic impersonation, if I do might add, D-Mock.
Thank you, ever so slightly.
What's the dome made out of, D-Mock?
What is it?
What's the dome made out of?
What the fuck is a dome? Gravity? Supposedly you got a gravity dome. I don't know.
Dome.
I've been trying to drop kick gravity ever since I was born, and I can't do it.
What about the flat Earth dome?
I'm looking for it. It's called a gravity force field. It doesn't exist apparently, right? So you don't believe in gravity, and neither do I. So no dome. No gravity dome. No gravity ball of air dome. No gravity ball force field, buddy. This isn't Orko and He-Man. No gravity balls. Sorry.
There you go. His life fixed us up.
Sorry,
Orko. Grandma's backyard.
No flicks.
All the planets.
Yeah, cool story, UFO boy. All the twinkly lights.
And get onto Flatsoid and tell him that.
Go down to Flatsoid and tell him what? He's looking at fucking twinkly lights. Where's he at?
There's no dome.
Get him in here. Get him in here and I'll tell him there's no dome, just like I told you. There's no gravity dome, no ball of air. How the fuck are they trying to prove a dome when you guys are trying to prove a gravity dome?
Stuck to?
How is your gravity dome any different than their flat earth dome? You're both silly as fuck.
So what is the stars stuck onto?
There are no stars, silly boy.
What are those
UFO
what are
light
those little
boy?
lights in the sky?
There are none. Stop fucking asking the same question.
Well, what
you
are they?
insane motherfucker. Expecting
I
a
don't see
different result, asking the same question is not going to help you, dumbass.
So what do you? So what are those lights
must
that you
be
see?
insane.
Aren't they stars?
What is a star?
No,
You have yet
those
to
little
prove what a star is, Twinkly Light
those little
Boy.
points of light. What are they?
Who knows? You'll never know. Go make one.
What are they?
Once you
where
make
they-
it, you'll know. You'll have the ingredients. You'll be a bread light star maker.
They all go around together, do they?
What's a they? Gods?
Those,
What are
those
they?
little points.
Is it God up
Those little
there?
points of light.
Little lights do stuff. You're a fucking weirdo. Cool.
They all
Twinkly
travel
light,
around
man.
together.
I'm gonna go get a light and shine it on your wall. You're gonna chase it around like a cat too? Is that gonna be a planet? Are you stupid?
So those little lights travel around
What
together,
the
do
fuck kind of crack are you guys smoking? Please stop. There are no stars.
they? What are
There
those
are
things?
no fucking stars.
What
You
are
go
they
get
then?
me
What are
some
those
high
little lights?
altitude footage of stars, or shut the fuck up.
What
I
are those
want you to
points of
go get
light?
me 200,000 foot or 110,000 feet, 100 to 200,000 foot, but from the ground up. We can film it. You know, you keep the film rolling. I want to
Are
see
they
stars
aliens?
at 120,000 feet. If you
So,
can't see
so
any, shut up and quit fucking lying.
you can see You can see them. You can go out
Stop
tonight and
making
see it.
shit up. Go get your film. Go put it on a high altitude footage balloon. Send it up. We'll all tune in live. You can put your thing on here like Eggs is doing, and we'll all watch at 120,000 feet at nighttime during a solar eclipse on the other side of the planet to where the sun's blocked out. We'll look for your stars. We're going to try to help you prove your fucking story about stars.
I think it's a
120,000
full moon
feet.
tonight. You know.
Let's see the stars. At 120,000 feet, what star are we going to look at?
Are you feeling a bit excited because it's a full moon?
Are you feeling a bit excited? We need a solar eclipse in Australia, and then in America, you need to film up above during the nighttime at the black time when it's the blackest it can ever be, when the sun is gone. Look for your stars. I'm trying to help you steel man these fucking UFO twinkles.
In a bucket?
In a lab.
No,
In a bucket in a
no,
lab.
at 120,000 feet,
in a
you need a
lab.
camera.
Yeah,
A
we've
real
got to do it in
camera,
12K too, don't forget.
120,000 feet. You can use the telescope. You can use shutter lenses. You can get your buddy up there. You can send 1,500 different cameras. You can use solar filters, lens flares. And what you need to do also is, since you think you know what a sun is made out of, take your solar filter and take it in the place where you think you made a little sun for 3 seconds and hold it right there and then make your little sun. If it doesn't match a sun disk, you guys are fucking retarded.
So true, Demok.
Retarded as fuck. If your spectroscopy doesn't
Very
match your
true.
spectroscopy, something's wrong. And spectroscopy is broke by spectroscopy. If a rainbow isn't made of materials like your planets and it's all the colors, spectroscopy is broke. Sorry. Color light boys. You know so much, twinkly light guys.
Do you know it's a full moon tonight? Who turned all the lights on the moon?
What's a moon? Make
You
me
know
a
the
moon.
It's a full moon
No,
tonight. It's
nobody
bright as
knows
hell.
what a moon is. Give me a piece of it. Give me a moon rock.
Who turned
Stop
all the
saying
lights on?
stupid words. The
Just-
twinkly
just-
light doing twinkle stuff, guys. The bright thing and the bright stuff and bright. It's cool.
No,
Just
it's
a
the
few days ago,
nighttime
it was
sun. It's a
How
nighttime
long has
sun.
it been being a moon for? Since before
Who
you were
turned it-
born? It's not going to change, weirdo. Nothing new going on. Nothing cool.
a couple of weeks ago, it was only a slither of it. Somebody
What is
turned
it?
all the lights
What
on
is it?
the moon.
Stop just being stupid and ambiguous and making no fucking sense. What
The
is a
bright
moon?
light in the sky of the nighttime.
It's a
The
light.
biggest one you can see.
How do you know it's a light?
Well, it's white.
How do you know what it is?
It's shining all over the place. tonight.
Cool story, dummy. How do you know that?
You can walk around. It looks like it's, you know, you can
Yeah,
see
you
your
can
shadow
walk
even.
around. So not go touch the moon and you don't know what a moon is still. Please do
Well,
the thing I'm asking, not opposite stuff.
Yeah,
So
you can
if I
walk
say,
around in the
tell me
dark and
the
see where you're
temperature,
going.
you actually give me the temperature. You don't get a pill bottle and tell me the electrical stuff. If I tell
like
you to
a
give me the
flashlight.
weight of the air, you don't go get a pill bottle. If I tell you to tell me the time, you don't go get a cesium fucking rock. How come you retards have problems doing anything that has anything to do with what the fuck you're supposed to be doing?
That's
if I
a good
say go
question.
get me a log to burn, you're gonna get me a log to burn, right? You're
That's
not
a
gonna
great
bring
question.
grandma's fucking head. You're not gonna bring your dad over, retards. Stop bringing other shit to prove other shit.
Cool it with the insults.
Don't bring other shit to prove other things, correct?
You don't.
So now, to know how a ball works, what are you going to use?
I explained to you this
Not
before.
a ball.
If you can't follow the conversation, that's okay. I don't really expect you to at this point.
No, you can't. Stop telling us about yourself, buddy. We don't need to hear about you. We need to know how a ball works.
You do need to behave.
How do you guys know what things do? Behave yourself, Omni. Stop jumping in. Stop interrupting me because you don't like it and you can't answer no questions.
Yeah, how dare you interrupt Denmark while he's ranting?
I know.
Yeah, how dare you interrupt me without a ball in your hand? You still haven't figured out what a ball is? It's going to take you guys another 10,000 years to even figure out the physics of a ball, right?
I explained it to you.
No, you don't explain. You get a ball. That's the problem here. These guys don't know what a ball is. Takes another 10,000 years for them to touch a ball and get it out, and we all look at what it does. We don't need nobody's fucking dumb explanation.
I don't know what a ball is, Denmark. Tell me what a ball is.
We know you don't. Go get one.
Oh, what is
Go
it?
get one
What's
out of
the ball?
nature. We'll take a look. Hopefully the
Out
one
of
that
nature?
gravity made. Yeah, the one that gravity made for you. Go get that
Have
one.
you heard of TFE?
Have you heard of a ball that gravity made? We're looking at balls. The other guy who just came in and said stuff that's not what we're talking about. A ball.
We're talking about balls.
Yeah,
We're
do you
talking
know
about
what that
balls.
is? How do you know what a ball does or what it is? How can you prove what a ball does? A real ball.
It's almost as though you have been given the answer and you don't either don't understand it or just won't admit.
I missed the video. I missed your scientific ball demonstration, what a real sphere does and how you or any other glober would ever know what a real, actual, live ball sphere does in physics.
What gravity does.
What do balls do? Stop saying fucking magic words. We're not talking about God right now.
I explained this to you.
We're not talking about your religious God. Stop. We're talking about a ball. No liars.
You can bounce a
bias,
ball.
fucking
You can
bitches.
throw a ball. You can
guys
hit a
can't-
ball. You
You
can
guys
kick a
can only
ball.
talk over people, can't you? So you guys with the bad etiquette and the dumb fucking clogged ears, are your guys' ears clogged? You both were talking over each other to talk over me. I never finished my 3-second sentence. I got a 3-second sentence I can't finish. In Omni's room, you can't finish the sentence as a flat earther.
Now. Okay, so Demok, in order for you to complain about being talked over, you need to pause or let other people talk. Otherwise, that's not a valid complaint. It's not valid content. So please stop doing that.
Itself, what a ball is. Show yourself and all of us what a ball is. Please, let's take a look.
Okay, so balls are not the issue. Balls are just round things.
Let's take a look at balls.
Wait, whoa,
Stay on topic.
whoa,
You fucking goldfish. Why do you keep not staying on topic and saying whoa?
You are interrupting me.
Autism. We're talking about a ball. Are you autistic?
Interrupting me now, Demok.
He has an autistic fucking problem. He can't
Demok, you're interrupting me. Okay.
You're against balls. We're asking about a ball.
No, you got it.
It's gonna take another 10,000
years.
You gotta get a ball on me. You gotta get a ball one day, dude. You gotta get a ball.
But
you gotta get a ball. I know you know how to conversate. Please, Omni. I know you got to get a ball one day.
I know. Yeah.
I know it's hard. We're going to figure out what a ball does together. One day we are going to figure out what a ball does.
Gravity.
We are going to watch what a ball does.
Talk about gravity.
We're not talking
the
about
issue is
religion.
not the shape of
We're
things.
not talking about your God, gravity.
The issue is
We are not
gravity.
bringing religion into
So,
this.
some things do not have enough.
Religions do not have bearings.
In order to produce the effects that you are calling for. You are calling for certain effects that don't actually happen.
I didn't say anything about an effect, weirdo.
I know you because you're claiming.
I didn't say anything about what you're talking about, liar.
You really don't
I'm
know.
talking about your religious shit.
You know, you might.
I said, go get a ball, weirdo. Go get ball.
So it's not about
go get ball.
It's not about balls. It's about
go
gravity.
get a ball so you know what a ball does.
Gravity. So we don't care about.
Go get a ball so you know what a ball does.
So that is just a stupid.
We're going to study the physics of a ball. We're not going to study your religion.
You're just being.
We're going to stop studying biased religious bitches' claims.
You're
being. We're going to look at what a ball does. I know. I know you're against ball physics. You're against reality. You don't believe reality. You just want to go to religious claims.
Anyway.
So what were we talking about before that shit hit the fan? Fucking hell. I got lost. I modeled the underside of flat Earth for people earlier. That was fun. It doesn't answer Coriolis effect or anything like that, but it could maybe model gravity for a flat Earth. But it would need to be resting upon a much bigger table, which would be resting upon the hypothetical other firmament, which is infinitely wide and infinitely deep. And Helios was talking about something cool that I was finding fascinating. But yeah. What are you up to, Omni? Since
I got some stuff I got to take care of today that I'm avoiding doing.
Yeah. Responsibility. I've
That's what that's what Discord is for.
Yeah, true.
You don't have a habit of procrastinating, do you, Omni?
I try not to make it a habit, but I keep putting that off.
Yeah, that procrastination can wait. Yeah, for sure.
Exactly.
No, I was taking care of a couple of things because I just realized there's a small crack in the tile
We
in
got
the shower.
Imperious in here.
Mm.
Real flat earthers? Is Imperious? Oh no, he's deafened. Never mind. Carry on.
So I'm liking Sage's answers.
Mm.
Oh, that is a good one. Open-mindedness in discussions such as flat earth theory can foster critical thinking and understanding. However, it's crucial to weigh evidence objectively. Scientific consensus strongly supports a spherical earth.
Demok exhibits a confrontational and dismissive communication style. Yes. Yes.
Well, let's not mute him and talk about him.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Sage started it.
It's a good point. So
he told me to.
Yeah, well.
Just found a yellow jacket nest in the yard, right where I've been standing and doing shit all week. Was it there the whole time, or did they build this shit overnight?
Wasps do seem incredibly good at building stuff very quickly.
Mm. The Amish builders of nature. Rebuild the barn.
I was thinking of seeing what it would cost to get some Amish builders to build me an outdoor like remote office, because the prefab ones are just stupid expensive. But I bet the Amish would build me one, an epic one for fairly reasonably.
Yeah, they might have a free
Where do I find a good
afternoon
one?
day.
It's not just like, yeah. How do you know you're getting like real Amish folk and not just like construction workers playing cosplay
In black and white.
Amish people?
Yeah.
Just dressed up like it.
The
If they pull up in their horse and cart and their
carpenters
dress,
and cosplay is the Amish people. That's a
and if
conspiracy
they've got a
theory.
cordless drill or any electrical tool, you'll know they're not real Amish.
That's true.
Yeah, perfect.
But the rules on that vary drastically from community to community, and and it's situational, right? Like they could use tools to build a non-Amish person's structure sometimes, but not their own. And some are just like a flat ban across the board. So
yeah, like
you never know.
depending how close you may or may not be to an Amish community, it might be worth going over and negotiating a deal.
And yeah, they can hitch a ride to the job site. They just won't drive the car. I used to see them on Greyhound buses all the time in the state where I lived. They would ride Greyhound a lot, but they weren't driving it, so perfectly fine. The best image ever was this ancient Amish guy, just like as old as could be. And he took like 5 minutes to pick which ice cream he was going to get from the ice cream vending machine at the Greyhound bus stop. Like that was his treat, and he knew it. Like he was going to pick a good ice cream bar.
Fun. They would all just do that, wouldn't they? The Amish would just love moments outside their community when they got to do that one guilty pleasure. It wouldn't even surprise me if it was a really open secret that they were like, look, we don't want vending machines around the place, but if when you're on the outside you go to one, that's not that big a deal.
Yeah, there's like this rite of passage thing that some of the Amish do where
Springer.
once you hit 18 or 21, you get to see the outside world. One or two of the Amish girls and guys get a little bit freaky in the sheets. Yeah. Right in Florida, what do you call it?
Rumspringer.
Rumspringer.
Rumspringer or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, that did it. It did it. It appended it to the previous fucking message. Get in. Okay, now, what's something cool? If you're going to have an argument bot, what's the coolest thing you'd want it to be able to do now that it can finally fucking understand what we're saying?
Argument bot. Ooh.
I think it's it's summarizing the positions, isn't it? It's being able to nail down the two topics and the positions.
Mm.
Okay. All right. So who's Imperious? What if they've come here to not chat? I was thinking they might be a flat earther, given they're in Earth Awakenings and the word was God is their thing.
Who is this?
Imperious?
Oh,
LOL 1988.
yeah, I'm looking. Modern day debate, Earth Awakenings.
Yeah.
If they're a modern day debate, they're probably not. Oh, and one mutual friend of Imbo. No, not a flat earther. Most likely.
Oh. But a religious one. I was like, we should get a debate going. Get Sage bloody limber her up a bit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can unmute Dimmock, but that's not really a debate.
I'm not quite fresh enough. Now it's 11 to go into theism versus non-theism. I can understand.
What else is there? Left versus right? I'm swinging right wing despite not having kids. That's usually the thing that sends people right wing is having kids.
Gregory was here for like 3 minutes yesterday, so you keep talking like that, you're going to summon him again.
Gregory is fascinating.
I would love Sage's attempt to parse Gregory.
It's amazing the questions you can ask her. Once I went away from complex prompts and was just like, what about if I just feed her the conversation? And you just ask her whatever the fuck you want.
Well, I designed a fedora for my sister, and I'm getting it professionally built by a milliner. So that's a thing.
You're getting her a handmade hat.
Yeah. Just so it fits her well. And it's going to be like a custom color and stuff like that.
You have to come up with an excuse to somehow secretly measure the circumference of her head.
No, she's coming for the fitting. She just won't know the final color or design.
Nice.
Yeah. She's excited about getting measured up and like getting, you know how they drape fabrics over you, see like what suits your skin tone and hair color and stuff. So
I do that for Halloween masks with saran wrap and masking tape.
There's some very good YouTube videos of like people making Halloween masks. They do a bit of airbrushing and they do speckled paint. Like it's not just one skin tone, it's like a little bit, and they do a little bit of a wash so it gets in the creases, and yeah, they really get into it. They're basically makeup artists almost, but it's like just little subtle changes in their airbrush and sealing it off. And he's got his own natural beard, so he cuts pretty much above the mustache and puts his natural growth of his face and the mask only covers like the cheeks. And it's just like quite convincing. But it's the same like with anyone who's done costume play to do their little Iron Man mask or Bumblebee helmet. It's like you get the dimensions good, and it's only going to be fitting you or people with similar size heads as you. Like you can get like a generic head shape, and it'll fit like 90% of people, but it's like a tailored suit. you could buy something off the rack, but have it like fitted to you. It's just like that little bit of pizzazz that set it apart. And some people want that, some people don't. But no, I enjoyed sort of researching the millinery terms, the parts of the hat where it's pinched at the front, and various styles, what they're called. So I could just make a really well-informed design brief. Yeah. It's like some of these trades, like I'm thinking of like shoebill and geodesic surveying. Like once GPS is up and running, it's like, where's my job security anymore? I got to find other things to do. So even with these milliners, it's like if somebody's basically 3D printing hats, and you can just put your scalp into a laser beam, and it just goes bzz, scan, hat, print. It's like done. It fits you. Yeah, I could see that becoming a little bit redundant. That sort of tailoring. Once you get into 3D body scans, just stand in front of the scanner, get scanned, and the computer will do all the cutting for the fabric and sewing. And with VR, you don't even need to have your own body shape. You could be a tiger in a tutu or something. So VR, yeah, you don't need any tailoring. You just any of you tried that VR chat or seen it?
What do you think, Andy? Bit of an improvement since you last saw her?
I don't know. I mean, I'm the wrong person to ask about these sorts of things.
You like her new dress, Andy?
I mean, it's clever. Don't get me wrong.
We're talking about you, Sage.
The first time I had a conversation with a machine, I was very mean to it.
Were you?
I was like, you haven't got a soul, you piece of shit. It wasn't exactly that, but it was along those lines.
I call ChatGPT a liar a lot. I say, you fucking liar.
I was drunk at the time.
That's fine.
As I always was at some point in my life.
Yeah.
There was never a point where I wasn't drunk for about 10 years. So.
Well, yeah, that can do it, I guess. Yeah, well, she's coming along quite well. What's been happening with you, Andy? You've been still hanging around the flat Earth traps, or has your change in view freed you from hanging out in these places? I haven't seen you much.
I still find flat Earthers interesting, just because, from a sociological standpoint.
Yeah, very true.
I try and have that curiosity around all peoples, though. You know, this is why when our in Gem serving, they're like, "Why? I don't get it. Why do you sort of hang it?" And it's like, I tried to tell them, well, I can chat GPT all your opinions.
Yeah. It's fun to embrace things that are a counter narrative, or sort of to explore other ways of thinking.
Yeah.
Is that it?
I mean,
is that it? No, that's me putting my words on it. What words would you put on it?
That's pretty good. But there's a lot of like Geo. Geo's an interesting guy, isn't he? You know, we use plant medicines and all that. So
yes, he does love talking about his plant medicines.
Yeah, so there's a lot of interesting and really intelligent flat earthers, believe it or not. So I realise that's counter to what most people think, but they do exist.
Yeah, if you're interested in a topic and you learn a lot of information about it, like even if it's a conspiracy theory, it's like if you get like numbers and places and a lot of other things correct, it's like, yeah, it sounds like you've done your research, and that's like the catchphrase. It's like, do the research. And so when you do, you write it down, you keep your little archive on your computer, and you sort of read through the information or misinformation again, and you can get informed and be able to recant that information. It's
Well, I've noticed I line up pretty close to Geo in a lot of different things. So yeah, there's certain things. You're right. I'm just chat GPT and Rudolf Steiner, because I was listening to him last night, and he said the sun wasn't a ball of gas. So I'm asking what it is, because I'm half asleep when I'm listening to him. So I'm just asking, what does Rudolf Steiner think the sun is?
Who's this particular person?
He's a sort of German. He was basically
set up this whole type of schooling. Is the thing he's most famous for. Was there are Steiner schools all over the world that teach in this slightly funny way that is not the standard curriculum. Wouldn't you say that's what he's most famous for? I know Rudolf Steiner for one thing, and that's it.
Well, his thing's called anthroposophy, which is interesting word. A little play on anthropology, but he was recruited by the Theosophical Society. If you don't know who they are, that's going to take some explaining.
It sounds like
Madame
theology and
Blavatsky and all that
philosophy
stuff.
together. Yeah.
But essentially, he was he's a monist, but not the. There's a sort of distinction here: a non-materialistic monist. There's an important distinction there because he believed in a spiritual realm, and then he calls it spiritual science. There's actual spiritual science, which that sounds like a contradiction in terms, doesn't it? I guess it kind of is.
Like, if everything's sort of like a result of God imagining things, and like we're all sort of being simulated in the mind of God, it's like, yeah, I suppose you could maybe say I'm being dreamt about, and therefore I exist. Yeah, it would be a sort of monotheism science where you could maybe test the thoughts of God and come up with a result and see how reliable, testable, repeatable the ontological pathways that resulted in the dream would be.
I quite like this idea of the luminaries being, having a sort of spiritual identity as well and having huge influence over people.
Yeah, and that leads me to think similar to like star signs and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't know too much about astrology, but I'd like to learn a bit more.
Yeah, like it is interesting to try and figure out whether some of it's nurture and some of it's nature, regardless of the star sign stuff. But I think it'd be very difficult to like quantify if someone was, let's say, born on the 4th of July in 1996 at 12 p.m. and there's probably a person like 7 time zones away and their mother's giving birth like 3 seconds later, and it's like, okay, you've basically got the same star sign, except
I think you're thinking of that wrong as well.
maybe I am, but it's like just because you've
more
got
like
the same
a million cycles, and when they line up, they affect what is. So creation, human growth, brain growth. So if you're born around on a certain place on Earth, in a certain place of the year, this can make you all different variables kick in.
Oh, okay. So even say...
And then we've tried to map it, and obviously our map's not exactly correct, but it's the idea.
Trying to think, like in the same hospital, in the same ward, like only a room apart, you got 2 pregnant mothers and they basically give birth at roughly about the same time.
You could debunk it like that. You could say, oh, she's in the wrong one. She's more like her sister, even though she's a minute later. But that's because they both fell in that channel of the cycles linking up.
But yeah, with the twin sisters, you got like the same parents, more or less same environment. You might have that subtle, I was born first. And hey, I'm the younger one by 2 minutes, Yeah.
I feel like if you look at it like just a spring baby, an autumn baby, a winter baby, a summer baby, maybe that could affect 4 types of happening.
Yeah. So it's sort of like the Myers-Briggs of pregnancy, where you've got 12 months. You could maybe divide that into like another 3 12s, 30. Yeah, there's like
they
30.
do it to 12, and then they try and do it to the day. Some people. We've done it for thousands of years, but if you split it into just four seasons, you can sort of see how if you came out of the womb and you had that traumatic event while the air was cold and while there was less sun, while the leaves were dying around you, maybe all this adds up.
Right.
It is far-fetched if you have influence of the environment on the baby developing. It will also depend to the position of the mother. If the mother is mostly working,
of course,
or she's sleeping head east or head north, it changes everything.
Everything affects it, but we're saying this is another thing that's a variable when you pop out.
So astrology is full of shit because they cannot account for all the variable.
Right.
Correct.
So
it's always
we're
different.
adding an extra variable. We're not trying to account for all your variables.
It changes every 2 hours. Your rising sign changes every 2 hours. It's whatever was on the horizon. My ex-girlfriend of mine was right into this shit. And it's a good way to make money out of doing people's star charts.
Of course, it can be
In fact,
exploited.
yeah.
Hey, I just had this thought. You know how Heffron's doing that star occlusion? He's just basically trying to figure out more advanced star sign for people. Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna.
The other thing it's good about is that each star sign has a symbol or a set of symbols connected with it, and then you can relate yourself to these symbols, and it helps you grow your wisdom and soul.
It gives you a connection to ancient times too. People looked up in the sky and they made shit out of it. I feel it's more like that.
But all these symbols are not universal. All the stars, it depends on the culture of where you are born. You will have the star will have a different symbol and different name and different influence. So it's not universal. So it's not applicable to everybody. So still, astrology is full of shit.
Yeah, I think it's for the Western man, and it's based on European.
Well, yeah, but you're an Aquarius born in the year of the dragon with a Scorpio rising. That's what I come to expect from you, Nico. That's what my chick would have said to you. And everybody goes, yeah, it's the Scorpio rising. You can see it's the Scorpio rising.
Oh, typical Leo comment right there.
After the position of the mum, if she was doggy style or missionary, it will change everything. It's not the same side of it. So it completely make 180 compared to the two cases.
You tell me what your star sign is, and then I'll read your mind. I'll tell you what you're like.
My sign, I'm a Cancer.
Oh no, red flag. No, I'll look it up. Wait there.
So you've got crabs. No, we've got crabs.
I don't got crabs. I'm a
You're
crab. I cannot get crabs.
Terrible disease.
Like the Little Mermaid, she had crabs. She shouldn't have kissed that human.
I'm going to look through all the bullshit and try and find something that I think would be real for you, that isn't just real for everyone.
Actually, they're all kind of pretty sucky, really, aren't they? Some of the Chinese New Year, Spartan the Dragon, Year of the Dragon's cool. But most of the others are like Year of the Pig, Year of the Dog, Year of the Rat. Nice to really write home about.
If I remember, I'm a steel monkey.
Monkey's kind of okay.
They are smart.
I did remember asking one guy here, it's like, you know those silly questions like, if you could be any animal, what you could be? He just went, squirrel. Easy answer.
Why would he be a squirrel? That's the dumbest answer ever.
They have fun and they can jump off pretty much any height and survive.
Oh, good point.
And they live to about 30 to 35 years, so.
No way.
Well, no.
30 years? Fuck you.
No way. They get run over by cars.
If you left your nuts
They're too
out,
dumb.
they'd put them in your mouth.
They wouldn't get to old age. They'd die of stupidity before then.
Maybe, but apparently the old ones get to about 30.
I think I've found it, Nico. The main quality is you really like your home and having comfy, cozy space. Is that true?
You tell that to a guys who travel around the world and don't stay in a home so long time.
So are you saying it's not true?
Completely bullshit.
You're not a homemaker?
I have my family, but we go.
Yeah, but I'm talking about how cozy is your living room? Is there like cushions, lamps, really nice curtains?
I'll be honest, that's the first I've heard that attributed to cancer.
This is the second site I looked up.
For me, as long as I have a bed, whatever, a blanket, and I'm okay.
Oh, you're not going to tell me the truth anyway, are you?
Cancers are supposed to be the same as like crabs, right? Hard on the outside, soft on the inside. Like that's the main characteristic of.
Guess what it says at the bottom? Passive aggressive.
I don't know if that's the same thing, but okay.
I like how that is completely bullshit. Is passive aggressive?
It's actively aggressive.
Also, no serious astrologer is just going to go on your sun sign. There's 12 sun signs and like what 8 billion people. Like that's not going to give you a very good.
This is how I'm reading it, Manny. I'm thinking.
No, but then there's your moon and your rising sign, and they all change. The moon sign changes every day or every week, and your rising sign changes every 2 hours. So no two are the same. They're always changing.
Yeah, you gotta do the whole natal chart. Your rising, your moon, like all the various houses.
Yeah.
It gets very
that costs you $100. That costs $100. Catching, there you go. It all makes sense suddenly, doesn't it?
This is my logic. Yeah, they're mostly written for women, so every man has some female qualities, and I feel like each star sign has a certain one, and that's how you can tell by looking at the different obscure qualities.
Every man have a
women. You say that therefore the star signs give like female qualities?
No, I'm saying that's what I can pick out. I'll pick something that's quite a feminine aspect, but then apply it to the man from the website, and that'll be what makes them different in their star sign, that quirk. I'm not explaining how well, sorry.
They just get excited when the Venus is aligned with the Uranus.
Well, who wouldn't?
Why did
if you get out your full moon, you could be risking a what is it, a Uranus, a retrograde. Uranus is in retrograde when you get out your full moon too early. Into this shit apparently.
Why is Demok demoted?
Boomer, you know that you can put 63
He loves his fucking
Boomer, you know you can put 63 Earths in Uranus? 64 if you relax.
In retrograde. In Uranus? No. Geo.
You pop an anal bead.
Geo. Yeah. happen.
I'm getting a couple of breaking up while you talk. Is it?
Oh, I died.
Yeah, Boomer, you are breaking up a little.
Well, he's talking rubbish anyway.
Hey.
So anyway, why we are talking about astrology?
Because Dawn's testing out his feminine side.
Well, actually, nothing was happening, but now Slitzy's turned up. I'm sure the quality of the room's going to go up to at least room temperature level, the IQ level. So you tell us more about anal beads. Tell us more about anal beads, mate. You seem to know when people are using them. It's interesting, this anal bead interest.
You was the one who mentioned him.
No, I didn't.
You said something about sticking something in Uranus.
No, we're talking about the planet.
Oh, dude.
No, he said
hang on. Look, Slitzy, you seriously need to go and get a CAT scan. I said nothing like that.
You said
I said,
Geo.
no, dude. Why don't you fucking listen?
Blake,
dude, I think you've got a tumour.
Oh, Blake,
I think you've got a tumour.
See what he said, and then you know that he's a fucking liar. Because he said
a joke about the planet's name.
I think you're getting a tumour.
I think everyone knew I was making a joke about the planet name.
He said Uranus.
I'm pretty sure it was the other guy.
No,
yeah, I think we all were, because like we kind of like finished with the astrology thing. Because,
why would you look,
I think Dawn's explanation of it was quite adequate. So
yeah, but if you
that,
lie about the silly things, fucking hell, you're never going to
what did you
about anything. Dude. You said it. Rewind what you said, and you said your exact word, Uranus. If you went Uranus...
I said, you want to know what I said? Maybe I might know, but perhaps you do.
Why don't you rewind it? And
it did transcribe as anus. It did transcribe
I said
that you said anus.
The Geo is right into this shit. He's right into Mercury in retrograde in Uranus, meaning the planet.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Slitzy, go and get a CAT scan, man. I seriously think you've got
But then he did say something about an anus, and then he said anal beads. It's not great.
Somebody else said.
Say, what do you think of this conversation?
63.
Slitzy got anal beads from it.
Boomer.
Dude, go get a CAT scan. You've got a fucking tumour, man. I'm seriously worried about you. I think you've got a tumour.
The day I have to have you worry about me is the day that I die.
It's like
of a tumour.
Boomer, you do realise when he gets the CAT scan, he's going to bring his
like
cat
brain
to
listening to your fucking garbage. Oh my god!
Can you get a dog scan?
Yeah.
Get a dog scan while you get the CAT scan too.
Oh look, Boomer's on my toilet paper.
See what I mean? The stuff you're saying, dude, this is stupid stuff. Or Tourette's. Maybe you just got Tourette's. I don't know. Go to the doctor. Just go and get something.
You can't help yourself. You've got the little man syndrome. I know how it works.
Yeah, that's it.
You are small.
How did you get anal beads from
you are
astrology?
small. Let's not gloss over. You are
anal
small.
Beads?
You are small.
How did you get the anal beads?
You are small.
How did you get the anal beads?
You are small.
That's all you've got, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Go get it.
You don't want to talk about your height, do you? Don't want to talk about height.
Steve's here as well. How are you doing, Steve?
Yeah. Speaking of changing the topic, Steve, how's it going?
Yeah, it's doing good, you guys. How you guys doing? How you doing, Slitzy?
Keeping it spherical.
Just arguing with the globolicers, talking globolics as usual.
They were trying to talk about spiritual.
What are your thoughts on?
I was saying to the guy saying, "No, I said Uranus," but the way he said it, he said your anus, and I just thought, like, you said that on purpose. There's no ifs or buts. So rewind, listen to how you said it, then you'll know that I'm right. I'm not going to lie. Why am I going to lie about something like that? It's ridiculous.
You're an idiot. Because you've got a fucking tumor.
Look. See? Little man syndrome. I can tell. I can tell. Your voice says it. You've most probably got little hands. You're very small, and you're kind of aggressive. You're like a chihuahua.
Oh, what a shame. Well, why wouldn't someone superior like you nurture me and help me through this difficult
I'm not saying I'm superior, but I can just tell
because
that
you
you've
are
got
my
small
superior.
hands. You're kind of small.
Aren't you duty bound?
Voice. Your
so
voice is a little person's voice. You've got a voice of a
come
little
here to
person.
talk shit because you've got no fucking life.
Yeah.
Other than go into a Discord all day. It's the morning over there and you're on Discord. Dude, we do Discord late at night.
Dim though. It's 2:30.
It's morning for you, isn't it? Didn't you just get out of bed?
Well, if I was it's not 2:30 actually. I thought it was 2:30. It's actually 3:30.
Right.
So it's 3:30. 3:30 in the afternoon. So you're wrong again, yeah? You're wrong about most things, but this time you're wrong about it's the morning. You ain't got a clue, and it's your globe model, and you don't even know it. Kind of funny and ironic at the same time.
So, Steve,
So now that you totally fucked the conversation up, are you happy now? What do you got to talk about?
Do you have any thoughts on astrology, Steve?
I have many thoughts on astrology. I think it is primo bullshit, and I can prove it.
Do tell.
Well, for starters, they're not the. It should be the sun rising through your constellation, right? Your one should be invisible at exactly this time, which is when it's popping up over the horizon and the sun is coming from behind there. But when these were invented, the Earth had a different axis. The axis has been precessing around every 24,000 years. So it's significantly out from where it was 4,000 years ago, wherever they started coming up with this shit. So we've got this out of kilter system, and the what do you call them? Pictures you paint with the stars. Come on, constellations. That's it. Some of them are bigger than others, so your sun's coming up through more of it, whereas some are like just completely, definitely shouldn't be visible when the sun's coming up, and you're in I think I'm one of those, Scorpio. So it's prime bullshit on that front. The other front is if you do blinded tests, and you don't even need to blind them very cleverly, just delete what the star sign is and hand people out the things that they get in the newspaper. Anybody does any kind of test and you say, give me a prediction for Scorpios, then you just cut out Scorpio so they don't know whether it's for Scorpio or not. And you show it to somebody at the end of their day and you say, which of these most correspond with the day that you just had? And they pick them out, and they're never better than chance. If the star signs were predicting what your day was then you would have a system where you could go, bang, here's how it works. Here's this system for making it better. Here's the people that are good at it and the people that are bad at it. They don't have a fucking clue.
That dickhead who doesn't know how to mute his mic isn't fucking making background noise again. Fucking hell, Slitsy, what is it with you? Can't you find the mute button? I understand
we
it's
sent
a
him running
really
away last time. Anyway, that's what I think. What do you think, Steve? Yeah, you a believer in star signs?
I always get confused. There's two. What we got going on? You got astrology and what's the other one? There's two of them, right?
Astronomy.
Astronomy. Yeah, one of them is fairly, real, right? Because they're real stars. But then, I mean, who doesn't like a fortune teller, right? I mean,
That's true.
like.
So true.
You pick up you read your astrology chart. Steve has a big heart, But yeah, I'm not much on the fortune telling, but yeah. But I think there's a lot of truth in the signs.
It could. Hey, Sage, could you give me a prediction for tomorrow's and my well-being?
It might be a bad day for you.
Did you know that they've actually found? Did you hear the stuff about cosmic background radiation? They found the cause of it. It's not what we thought. Has anyone heard this news today from Astronomy Land about the cosmic background radiation? It's not what we think it is. It's fucking Slitzy's background noise with his open mic because the cunt doesn't know how to mute himself while he refurbs his kitchen in the background.
So these are cause of the background radiation?
Yeah, that's the cosmic background radiation. It Slitzy's fucking background noise because he doesn't know what a mute button is. But then, yeah, that's pretty high level stuff.
Man,
I reckon
that's affecting the whole
astrology is a good
universe.
way to
That's
make money. Astrology is a good way to make money. Doing star charts, I guess.
Hell yes.
What were those things they used to sell in the old circuses? They're like a ball. You shake the ball up and it says yes, no, maybe. I can't remember
the Magic 8 Ball was one. It had a couple of options, like not yet and yes, no, or maybe today kind of thing. I don't think there's a direct yes, but it seems likely. Yeah, that was Magic 8 Ball. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's played with the Ouija board, right?
No, I haven't.
No, I never played. Nah.
Really? They're
I've
pretty
seen them
interesting.
on TV.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't done it in years since I was a kid, but they're kind of fun to play with kids and stuff.
Used to do it with a glass, though, and put all the letters out, like a seance sort of thing. Let's contact some evil spirits, which happens to be one of the kids moving the glass. You ever do that? I suppose that's the same as a Ouija board. Oh, there we go. More background noise. Just I got really good. I got really good headphones
I
on.
also, the one thing I have tested, when everybody goes, "Oh, could you test it?" and da 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 da, and you think about blinds and controls. I tested dowsing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I proved it was bullshit.
No, wait a minute now. Hold up. Now you got to go slow because, how are you going to define dowsing to begin with?
So dowsing is the use of what I would say it is indistinguishable from. Nobody can prove. I've done falsifiable tests that should show whether it is the idiomotor effect or not. With the idiomotor effect being you get a bit of fencing wire or something like this and you put it in your hands in a way that it's very hard to balance it pointing dead straight. So typically you get an L-shaped bit of fencing wire in a way that it will waggle around really unpredictably. You can do it with willow. Some people do it with jam jars filled with water. You can do it. Another version of doing this is with swinging around a little ring on a pendulum in circles to go clockwise means one thing and counterclockwise means another thing. What they're all doing is they're just not getting the fact that your mind will make your hand move, even if you swear you're telling it not to. The same thing happens when you look out the right side of your car, where you don't want to turn your car right. You're like, whatever you do, don't go right. But if you're looking right, the car starts going right.
Okay, but wait a minute.
Or even better, the aspect of when you put your fingers together and then you stare at it and then they go closer and closer.
Yeah.
Okay, but you got to hold off on that dowsing for a second. See, it's a very common practice. Okay, number one.
Sure.
So in modern times, just in modern times, right? So if you go out there, you can use coat hangers, but ideally, you'd want 2 copper wires, just like you said, built
big
in an L-shaped, correct?
Yeah.
So you got 2, they kind of, and then they float in your hand. You put them in your hands so they're floating, or loosely. Now go to an identified buried power line. Follow?
Yep.
And
go
walk
somewhere where you know
that.
what it is.
Yeah. and then walk across that and prove to yourself that simple electromagnetic field is very easy to identify. Because the electric one is
going to know where it is.
Yeah. Because we use it all the time. Or I'm retired now. I haven't worked in 15 years. But not only can you identify water lines and different things like that, and people, like everything, some people were really good at it, right? Because it's a little bit of a different gig too. But you can also, I forget the trick you had to do off the top of my head right now, but you can also identify the depth by doing one more little trick that we used to do, but I can't remember what it was. But no, I would say that you're completely wrong, because I'll
can I tell you the test I've done? Can I tell you about the test?
The one you did?
I had this argument. We'd paid a significant chunk of money to an Aboriginal woman to come and do dowsing on the farm. And I was like, Dad, why? It's bullshit. And I've got all my arguments for it, which is that it's the ideomotor effect. And it's been tested before. Dick Smith's tested it. James Randi's tested it. And Dick Smith's a family friend. And so we got really drunk and a little high and set this bet. And I was like, I've been there before and I know how you do it. You do it exactly the way you describe. Get the rods, somebody puts them in your hand. You find something you know should be there, and they go, can you find the thing you know that is there? And you're like, oh, yeah, I get how it works. And you go, okay, now go out in the field, and you're looking for the same thing. And I said, here's the way it always happens for me. The first person, the most experienced person, goes first. And then everybody else finds the same spot. And my dad's like, yeah, that's the proof that it works. And I was like, well, no, because you know the spot. What happens if you don't know the spot? But that's the only control I did. I've done it tens of other times in my life before, probably only about 10. But this one time I said, no, we're all hiding on the other side of the house. We don't get to see where somebody else finds. We just have to choose somewhere in this little field. And we were like a perfect scattering. We were perfectly randomly scattered across this field with no two people closer to them to one another than to anybody else. And rather than go, and that was a condition we set. If it does this, that shows that this is false. And I even said that to the manager's wife. I was like, is that what normally happens? And she's like, no, it isn't. And then here's the funniest part about it, like a flat earth test. He's like, everybody's right. There's water everywhere. And everybody goes, oh, awesome. We're really good at it. And they will just believe him. And they're like, okay, we're really good at this. There's water everywhere. And I was like, we set the conditions that this was a fail. And he called it a win. But because you did it, because you partook, this is my theory, he called it a win. I'm sorry, I ranted for ages there. Look at that block of text. That's rude. Sorry.
Do you think, Eggs, a person knows that they're being watched?
Yeah.
It's not about you being watched. It's
no. I'm not relating to what you're talking. I am a little bit, I suppose, but I'm just saying, there's extensive testing on this, and I know it to be true. So I just wondered, if somebody's staring at the back of your head, you know it. But I wanted your opinion, because I'm assuming you're going to say no, you don't.
No, I don't think I think that I would read it in a room. I think that there are sometimes you can figure that out when you're going down the street and suddenly somebody looking somewhere else flicks their vision to you quite quickly, and that at a subconscious level you might recognize this. Same as, there's somebody standing behind you and it's far more obvious because you're trashing some teacher at school, and then your friends are suddenly rigid with fear and their eyes are flicking up over your shoulder and you're like, shit, he's standing behind me. You know what I mean? I think we can read that stuff on some level, but I don't think we can literally feel someone's eyes on us.
What's that guy's name? James Randi or something like that? That I can't remember the guy's name. The American dude.
Yes, the amazing Randy. Yeah,
he's brilliant. He is. Yeah, I love that guy. I'm a big fan of that dude. Actually, I like how he calls out all the cold reading and stuff like that. But there is.
I did try that. I tried that stare at the back of someone's head at a rock concert once, and no success, no joy. No one actually turned around, and I was even accepting if they just turned around and looked around. But I would love it if they turned around and made eye contact. And I did it at a Sting concert to about probably 50 people. Not one single person looked back. And I was really staring at them like, come on, look at me. I'm knowing, trying to send them psychopathic. So my particular experiment says it's BS.
Well, it's not. Respectfully, Boomer, it's not great because you've got obviously a big distraction in front of them, right? A very loud distraction.
No, but it was before the gig.
It is the case where you see this good-looking chick, and you think, "Oh, she's looked back at me. She's noticed me looking at her." But you're like, kind of reading into it, kind of thing.
Yeah, sorry. Hey, just the rock gig. He hadn't come out yet. It was just people standing around waiting for the show. And I just thought, well, I'm here. I'll try to psychopathically telekinesis people or whatever, telepathically touch people, and no one did. And I was trying a lot, so there was no show happening. So, any other theory?
Well, I'd highly recommend looking into Rupert Sheldrake. He's done extensive work in this regard. So it seems that I think it certainly depends on the person as well. Some people are more sensitive than others, but I definitely believe in a spooky action at a distance, if you will, that shows that we're all connected.
Because I do think we are. It wouldn't surprise me. I think it's not probable, but I certainly think it's possible. And I'm only 70% not probable.
Yeah, but if we're all connected,
all part of
I tried to connect with them all. So that means we're not all connected because they wouldn't connect with me. You see what I mean? I mean, it's a bit of a sleight of hand myself.
Boomer, you're part of the universe, right? We all are. Therefore, we are connected.
There you go. How you doing, Tim? All right, dude.
Yeah.
You have to pronounce my name
That's
in
true, we are.
full.
But not telekinetically. Or is it telekinesis or telepathy? Telepathy. Telepathically.
Isn't there like hundreds of fields that we cannot detect with our human senses? Why shouldn't we be connected with one of those?
All right, now, Tim, right now, I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 20. I'm directing it straight to you. What number are you getting?
17.
The answer is always 17.
I'm not sure what this is going to prove anyway.
84.
No, it's a 1 in 20. So you couldn't do it. Bingo. There you go. There was a 1 in 20.
You don't win anything here.
Not a great experiment, in fairness.
So,
hey,
there's at least
tried to bring you a number.
Could we get at least 20 people and one of us would be right? Like, how's that like a good test? You say, I guess 1. Oh, he guesses 2.
You know what would have blown me out? And I would have become a believer if you had said, I'm not getting a number. I'm getting the letter C because I was thinking the letter C. And if you said that, bingo, you just fucking telepathically read my mind and I would be a believer. Unfortunately, it didn't happen.
But why does it have to be telepathically? Why do we have to be connected in that way? I mean, that's why I'm confused why you're going that direction, because that's not what I heard anyone say.
Well, you just said we're all connected. Oh, because someone else said when you stare at someone, the original topic was, I think Andy Hold My Beer said, when you stare at someone, they'll turn around and look at you, I think. And I've heard that too, and I've tried that, and it never worked. So I'm wondering why I'm not getting it right.
So some people seem to have an intrinsic feeling. I don't know exactly how to put it, but they're being stared at.
A spider sense.
I don't know, spidey sense, whatever you want to call it. I don't, for lack of a better thing to call it. They just seem to know. They're being stared at.
Have door knockers? Why do clairvoyants have door knockers? They wouldn't need one. It's redundant. Sorry, dude. I just love taking the piss out of telepathy.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, I'm not being insulting. Trying to not be insulting.
No, it's not. You're not insulting me.
You knock on the door and the clairvoyant asks, "Who is it?" You don't enter because they're not qualified.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I've heard of people telling stories at parties where somebody basically predicted certain things in their life and told them about themselves and whether the hairs on the back of the neck were standing up. And I was like, I've never had that experience, but I do believe there are people out there that can do that. But it sort of implies that the future's already written, and that makes people very uncomfortable.
Well, my old girlfriend, who was right into star charts and astrology, and she paid $100 for my star chart, used to do that stuff. And what you do is you go to the office, and it's usually a friend of one of the people in the office, and you say, who is the most hard-ass person who won't be convinced? And tell me something deeply about him, like if his auntie went overseas last year or something really personal. And what they get inside info. They then come to the office for the Christmas party, and she does all these incorrect readings, but the one reading on the one hard-ass guy, he is so touched by it, he spreads that all around the party. Like, that's all you need to do is plant the seed with one person, and if they're a loud, boisterous, respected type and you convince them, you've kind of convinced the rest of the office. And that's how she used to do it. She was a clairvoyant, but not a clairvoyant, just cunning and clever.
Yeah, I imagine there's a lot of scammers in that scenario, wanting to feel special. But the thing is, I would imagine that somebody who has that ability, if you think about it, they really wouldn't want to stand out, because I imagine it would be terribly traumatic. And until they sort of learn some coping skills, they'd keep quiet about it. It's the people who are having the audience with the the 100 people, and they're like doing the cold reading. Yeah, I doubt all of them, to be honest. And I'm not 100% that it's a thing anyway. I'm not saying it is. But I'm just open to the possibility. That's all.
Yeah, because if you were truly clairvoyant and you could see like someone's going to come to your house and like question how good your clairvoyance is, it's like, no, I'm not interested in that conversation.
It'd make them very uncomfortable, I would imagine. They'd be like, I'm not going to be fucking experimented on. I'm not your little party trick.
Yeah.
Even just a mentalist feels that way. People don't feel uncomfortable with magic tricks because they're thinking, if you just trick me with the 7 of clubs, have you just snuck out my credit card? Like, where's my wallet? That sort of thing too. Homer, the Greek dude, I think he had one about, like, his raw cautionary tales. And I think he had one about the seer who could see everything. And she knew the numbers and won the lottery or did something, whatever, for the Greek equivalent, ancient Greek equivalent of the lottery, and made her life comfortable. And it was the creature comfort she made for herself is what killed her. So the underlying moral of the story, I guess, is be careful what you wish for. But the clairvoyance, if she wasn't clairvoyant, she wouldn't have had it.
Yeah,
like John Denver, if he wasn't rich,
the comfort always gets us in the end, doesn't it?
Yeah, if John Denver wasn't rich and famous, he wouldn't have been able to buy the plane that he killed himself in.
And similarly, like in the same vein and where we'd come from about the star signs, if star signs worked, you would, like, markets would pay attention to them. You'd be like, oh, well, this, CEO is Sagittarius, so of course he's going to yield higher profits. The military would use it. It would be like all of the hard-nosed best decisions would be made in part with astrology if it actually told you fucking anything. Right.
Well, again,
it's lighting in the sky meant there was going to be disturbing energies. You wouldn't do any deals at that time of the year, right? It would just, we would have worked this out by now.
But it does.
Is there a precedent big into that?
It does point to star signs and all that jazz. It does point to, again, that the future's already written. And when you really analyze that and go into it, it makes people terribly uncomfortable. And
I think a lot of things.
I think
because,
humans just like
free will and all that stuff.
Humans like categorizing like behavior types. So like stuff like Myers-Briggs and personality types and star signs, it's like it gets you to like group general trends of like a bit more verbose and outgoing and more reserved, or risk takers versus this, that, and the other. Like,
I know I've met groups of people with the same start. Not really. They weren't close to each other or anything like that, but they did share certain traits, and I do wonder if they were very different people. but they'd say for instance, they were very tight, or they didn't like confrontation, or something along those lines. But they were very, remarkably different. For instance, one was a sort of heavy metal dude, and one was a vicar. So remarkably different people, but they had the same star sign, and they were both extremely tight, and they both had a sort of Jekyll and Hyde personality. Which you could accuse me of sort of a bit of pareidolia there or something like that, and I would be like, yeah, that's probably true. But I've noticed it a few times, and am I just noting something that isn't there, or it's just it's just basic coincidence or something? I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the sort of thing with like stereotyping or generalizing. Like in my mind, I could probably think of maybe 64 or 128 kinds of people, and people kind of fall in and out of like various baskets, and you kind of go, oh yeah, that's a good approximation. But when you get to know them a bit deeper, it's just like, oh, sure, you've got this broad aspect to you, but there's specifics to you that matter. And I think there's a downside to generalization where like it's superficially helpful, but when you're on one-on-one contact, you can't just go, oh yeah, you're a Sagittarius, you'd obviously do that. No, you got to get down to like maybe there's other reasons for this kind of reaction to a situation, perhaps.
I've just thought of another trait they shared as well. They'd both start a job and not finish it. They both shared that trait too.
My parents were both Virgos, and my old man was a real hard worker. Dead set loved doing it. Did not stop for anything. And my old lady was, and he was really cluey. My old lady was as ditzy as all fucking super lazy. Like that's why I've always thought, yeah, there's not much to this. And my sister, who was also a Virgo, but born closer to my mum, she was actually pretty cluey as well and a hard worker. So I don't know. I think you get what do you call it? Polarizations within star signs as well, so that even fucks it up even more.
Do you think that there might be a difference between male and female? I mean, obviously, there's big differences between male and females, but in this regard, there might be differences. That'd be interesting.
Capricorn is much better on males than it is on females, for example.
Capricorn?
Yeah, Capricorn women are just...
Mano, are you a believer in star signs?
I'd say it's kind of like the 70-30 you were talking about. Was that you earlier?
What do you mean?
Saying like it's probably 70% not true, but it could be. Like the way I've come to understand it, it doesn't do a lot of the things that people think it does, and any serious astrologer wouldn't actually make a lot of these claims. But there's a certain amount of sense that it has to be. If that makes sense.
Yeah, fair enough. And so what are we thinking? Are we thinking, because I've heard some that sound really nuts and boltsy, which is like if you are gestating during winter, particularly like, not that long ago, you would be a noticeably different size at birth versus gestating during summer, or gestating during a period of plenty versus a period with none. So I can certainly imagine seasonal differences making something, but I would just be astounded if it's got something to do with the stars that are in the sky.
No. I would say that the stars in the sky are kind of like a ruler, so to speak. Like the time and place of your birth probably has some impact on your personality in some ways. If you think of, I don't know about gestating, that could possibly influence things. I mean, I'd be surprised if it didn't influence things. But if you consider someone who has their birthday in the spring, when it's nice out and you can party outside and all that, and someone who has their birthday in the winter, for example, those might lead to different kinds of personality traits. Then within those two groups, you might have someone who enjoys the cold. It doesn't enjoy the cold, and we've got to get some deviation in that. I mean, it's not, like I said earlier, it's not as simple as like there's 12 star signs, and so there's 12 kinds of
geography thing more than like the time thing, because
Yeah, that's the thing. I can't understand how a northern hemisphere Capricorn could it all be like a southern hemisphere Capricorn. If that's what it is, right? That would be the opposites.
Yeah, and something, and there would probably be, wait, let me think about this. Northern, southern hemisphere, I don't think, I suppose you could make two different natal charts based on what's in the sky at the time. Like locally, I don't know if it works that way. But that
What
might be
mechanism
another.
are you proposing, Manu? Manvi.
Manu, yeah. I just wrote it with the Latin. Something like what you were describing, right? It's not going to have anything to do with like the influence of those very far away things, but your place and time here might have something to do with of how you're born, might have something to do with sort of how you, I don't know, grow up, view the world, the different influences. Or if your parents are more likely to, you know, fuck in September or in May, and then you're born 9 months later, that might have something to do with your upbringing, like the kinds of people your parents are, for example.
And so, Steve, you were saying it before too. Do you reckon something like that, or do you think the stars directly are doing something, or like we're saying it could have something to do with, influences about the temperature, or how much food mum had? That's what I would have thought it'd be for thousands of years. It's like this time of year we've got lots of food, and the rest of the year we just eat seeds the whole time, or something like that. I don't know what it was like. Yeah.
Isn't Stonehenge like a fertility ritual?
Say again?
I think Stonehenge used to be, which is kind of pre-civilization, I guess. Wasn't that based on a big fertility thing? We all get together because it was more important to know the winter and when to be ready. So if we all have a big fertility fuckfest at one time of year that they could tell off the calendar, then all the kids are born in the most likely time for a low infant mortality rate. I don't know. Because you got 9 months later. So whenever they got together for their fest, you'd probably want to have your kids in springtime, wouldn't you?
I would. That's the first I've heard of it, though.
About Stonehenge?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually a Woodhenge as well.
And isn't that what they thought about Göbekli Tepe? Where they're like, is it Göbekli Tepe or one of the other ones? Where they're like, we don't quite understand this because it appears to be a megastructure that predates civilization, so we can't find farming. And the general view is you get a city when you get farming and you get overage, so you've got bureaucracy, and then you've got writing because you've got to sort of keep records of debts. And then you end up with this explosion of skills because you can do those things.
And you're less nomadic too.
Is just replete with phalluses. The whole thing is just phalluses everywhere. And it looks like a kind of weird sex place.
Yeah.
That they think that hunter-gatherers might have like organized together to build, but continually kept migrating and coming back there at like, they think like maybe solstices or something. Maybe to have big, fertility festivals.
Yeah.
Imagine going to a fertility festival. How much fun would a fertility?
Yeah. Well, you definitely want to go back, wouldn't you, if you knew the time of year? So.
Yeah, I was almost thinking, like, imagine these tribes worked out that inbreeding was bad. So they just started carving this cool rock place where they ran a, once yearly fertility festival.
Yeah, and so they're not so hunter-gatherers. The more mobile ones would go back at the right time of year. And the biggest, best, burliest ones are obviously getting the right food, so they're worth fucking. Boom, boom. There you go, natural selection process.
How the hell did y'all get into this conversation?
I take it there every time. If the conversation is anywhere near a giant gangbang fertility festival, I will steer it in that direction. I'm like that guy that leans over from the passenger seat and just pushes the wheel a bit in the direction of McDonald's.
As the only woman, enjoy Stace.
Sorry, Stace. I'm sorry. I was making fun of myself then. I'll change the topic back.
Stace Blue.
Stace, what do you want to talk about?
Oh no, you're fine talking about whatever you're talking about. Honestly, I just thought it was hilarious walking into this conversation. Like, wow, fertility parties. That can't go well, or actually, probably went quite well. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Stonehenge was a fertility fest, I think.
You think?
The thing is,
yeah.
So if you turned up at the wrong time of year, you'd look at Stonehenge and go, "Ah, damn, the sun's going to be a few more things over, so I'll come back in a month or two."
It's Cole sleeping again. Someone's sleeping.
And the best thing, we figured you'd want to have your kids at about the start of spring so they can get fed up and eat and all that stuff across spring, summer, and then autumn, and then winter. You want them at least 9 months old so they've got a chance of surviving the winter. So it'd be good to have your kids about that time. So 9 months before spring.
Seriously, there are times I think about, when I was getting pregnant, all that, like, oh man, it's going to be a baby when? This time of year? You do as a woman think about shit like that. It ain't no joke.
Well, just by virtue, you would know when the best ones breed because of the amount that have survived. So you know the ones born in the middle of winter who died of exposure, there's probably none of them around.
Right. In that time frame.
Yeah, so, yeah. Well, that's the Stonehenge theory, because there was also a Woodhenge just up the creek a bit, and the Woodhenge was apparently all the old dudes would go there and pretty much die, and all the young dudes would kind of, I don't know, thrive and survive, I guess. So, yeah. There's no manual for it, so we don't.
I don't know what. Once you started farming and everything, wouldn't it be better to have a kid during the winter, where you can provide shelter, then you don't have to tend to the fields and for the kid?
But that's the thing is hunter gatherers didn't have fields. Like they were spending significant amounts of their time was just building shelter or finding food or water. Whereas farming's the fucked bit where you've got to have kids. But then it becomes suddenly they think they went to very large family sizes, whereas before you didn't really want 2 toddlers at the same time, because if you were on the move, you could carry one baby, but if you had another one that was just useless, it was more of a problem. Which is one of the reasons I think this is an interesting one. Endurance athletes, both male and female endurance athletes, the longer and longer distances they go, the less and less their fertility gets. And they think it might be an effect where your body's, like when you are migrating, your body is auto-terminating pregnancies. God gave you your own little abortion machine. Isn't that nice of him?
Kind of makes sense. If you stress your body, it kind of makes sense, because if you stress your body, it has a reaction. And if you are in a famine, for example, not getting enough nutrients, like why wouldn't it shut that production down? Because that would kill the mother eventually.
Yeah, kangaroos have got that ability. They'll shut down their cycle. They're actually in 3-way breeding. They've got a joey, one in the pouch and one in the womb. And as the joey gets sent off, they'll then have another one in the womb, and they'll all step up a level. But she's got the ability to shut that off. But they can actually, 3 at a time if they want.
Look, in my youth,
good.
Come on, Riding, tell us about old days.
Tell you about the old days.
When you were a kid.
Living in Mumbai was fun. God, you got to live in a foreign city. Have you lived in a foreign city, Tim?
No. I haven't been much outside of Denmark, to be honest. I don't.
Got to live in a foreign
need
city.
for it.
No, Denmark's too nice, but that's why you've got to live in a foreign city.
I don't see.
Come home and be obsessed with how wonderful everything is.
Well, I have been outside of Denmark. That is why I know I don't need anything outside of Denmark.
Yeah.
What do you look
Why
like?
do you have to
Do you
live
look
outside the city
Scandinavian?
to appreciate?
He looks like an actor.
In my mind, you look Scandinavian, like you've got blonde hair and blue eyes.
No, dark hair, dark eyes, tall.
Damn, you ruined it.
Used to be kind of good looking. I'm kind of middle-aged-ish looking now. I used to do okay because I was an actor, so I was in like commercials being the hot guy and stuff.
I was treading the boards, darling.
Exactly.
European actors are known for being ugly, like not attractive. What are you talking about?
Yeah. You started as the predator. You were the main predator, weren't you?
Yeah, I mean, look, there was only like 10 actors to choose from, and I always sometimes managed to snag the role as the good-looking one.
He was
I
always.
didn't usually win them, but I sometimes did. I usually got the horse riding
in
one.
America, where we actually have to look like 1% of the population to be an actor, except for people like Steve Buscemi.
America has this absolute disdain for anybody even mildly unattractive, whereas in the UK, it makes sense when you're watching a movie in the UK who the hot one is, because there's only one. Whereas you know how like they make movies in America, and sometimes part of the movie revolves around how hot someone is, but they just can't bring it upon themselves to not fill every other role with a hot guy. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So,
it's broke the fourth wall for me a few times. Where I'm watching a movie and I'm like, they're far too good looking.
Yeah, it's like they should have a bunch of uggers and then one hot one, and then it makes sense why you're all fawning. But otherwise, you've just got this chick who's clearly stunning, but she's wearing glasses, so you can't see that. Fuck off! It's ridiculous. Like
that was
come on.
What was that TV thing? The Three Body Problem sci-fi TV show. Pretty good actually. Come out a couple of years ago, and like this lady who's like, she's some kind of scientist of sorts. She invents this incredible wire that cuts through anything, or something like along these lines. And she's far too pretty. She's crazy hot. You're like, beauty and brains is very rare, very rare.
As showcased.
Yeah, well, I'm very pretty.
Yeah.
I think there's plenty of attractive, smart people out there. Just I don't know what you're talking about.
Like Einstein smart. I mean, she's this miraculous inventor. You know, she's fucking Thomas Edison, basically. I am built like a Greek statue. I'd post my picture in the chat, but I'd be a bit worried people start jerking off to it.
6-pack and a small pickup.
Are you jacked? Is that true, Andy?
It's not hard work on my part. It's just genetic. I don't know.
He's just.
Are you? That's
and
great
then he can see his
fun.
muscles and he thinks he's jacked.
You what, Tim? Say that again.
You're just skinny, and
I'm just skinny. Okay.
That's why you can see like a hint of a 6-pack, and you think like, "Oh, I'm jacked."
No. The thing is, I don't do any exercise.
Andy, when's the last time you had a full meal?
Well, I don't really eat like huge platefuls. Like, you know, where some people just eat until they're ashamed. I don't really do that. So.
We know.
Little and often, I think, is probably better description. But seeing as I've been doing the intermittent fasting for years and years, I don't ever eat breakfast before sort of 12:1. Today I had it nearly 2, half 1, say. So that'd be a pretty good time. And then you've just got to stop eating after midnight, a bit like Cinderella. Just got to stop. You got to cut it off, guys. All right. None of this, a mouse has been at that cheese. None of that. No, just stop eating after midnight. Well, it depends. Whatever your time is, whether you can work it out. Because some of you are like, midnight? I'd never eat at midnight. But if the thinking for me was optimal sort of time would be 9 hours. A 9 hours eating window. That's optimal, right? according to Dr. Rhonda fucking what? Nearly said Rhonda Rousey. The lady who was on JRE, I forget her name now. Rhonda Patrick, I think that was her name. She said 9 hours was optimal. So the way I looked at it is, the later
but the problem with that is the problem with that is it's optimal for a specific body or a specific lifestyle, right? If you do a lot more, you burning a lot more calories during your day. That's not going to be a subsistent lifestyle. You're going to lose. It's going to be the detriment.
I'm not so sure on that. I mean, I always I always advocate to people just to treat themselves like a guinea pig and do whatever's working for you. So yeah, I suppose if you're going out and you're working a really strenuous, you're digging ditches basically, or then maybe. You know, it's like my little theory on water where I don't drink water. Well, of course, if you're in a desert, you're going to need some water.
Yeah,
You're drinking tea every day. Stop lying.
Yeah, I drink. Yeah, yes, Tim.
If you don't drink water, it's just a fact you're gonna die. If you're not getting water from something that you're either ingesting, you'll die.
Yeah, I do drink lots of fluids, just not straight water.
It's not a good thing.
Well, it's just what I've been doing for over a year. I feel pretty good.
No, I mean, well, that's also the thing. I mean, you're not living a lifestyle where your existence depends on how you're feasting, right? Again, if you're fucking stuck in the middle of nowhere and you're on the grid living and shit, you're gonna change your lifestyle. If you're, like we said, a construction worker doing manual labor all day, you're gonna change your lifestyle.
Yeah, I just think it's when it comes to water, I think absorption is really the key to it, and it's the thing that's not really spoken about too much. So I think you should really get your water from your food, but you know, you have that. What's the name?
I wouldn't go to a construction worker to figure out like how to have a good diet. Construction workers' diets are notoriously shit.
Yeah, that's
not true.
Maybe like
I work construction,
maybe
and I don't have a shit diet at all.
construction workers are actually like in. Yeah, well, maybe 5% of construction workers are actually like in actual good shape. Usually, they're fucking like I see them all the time. I work as a surveyor. Half my fucking like, actually, there's only one other like crew chief that's in good shape. Everyone else is pretty much in shit shape. Fucking, you eat gas station fucking shitty fucking diets. Drink coffee.
You're right
side
for
of
the most
road,
part.
Fucking, you get the fucking got. Yeah. Like you might be one of the 5%ers.
I train. I
have my
do a
good
lot of
days. I
training
have
and
my
shit.
bad
So.
days. I thought you said you were in construction.
No, I am, but I used to fight. I do jiu-jitsu, train, and all that shit. So I mean, I am healthy.
Yeah, but jiu-jitsu has nothing to do with your diet.
It absolutely does.
No, jiu-jitsu has to do with your exercise. Has nothing to do with your
Yes,
diet.
and I structure a diet around the activities that I do.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's probably fair to say that construction workers aren't sourcing the meat, you know, that making sure it's been killed ethically and all that stuff.
Yeah, again, we're talking a small percent that do. I agree to that part, 100%.
But you know, all that kind of stuff is it's not easy. You know, it's just so much easier just to go to the supermarket and I think perhaps they know deep down that they shouldn't be eating 90% of the stuff that's in there, but you know, we go into as little worlds, don't we? And we get busy. You know, they've probably got kids and all the rest of it, and so yeah, you just get in your own little universe, and you hope for the easiest, really. So, and it's cheaper usually as well. So it's difficult because people really should vote with their feet, shouldn't they? That's what I always say. If you like that thing, you've just got to support it. And I think you'll find that, like the farm shops that I go to, the people absolutely love it, and it's rammed. It's absolutely rammed. So I think people can really tell the difference. And I always say, like, for instance, with an egg, you can tell, as silly as it sounds, I'm happy to sound silly, you can tell if it came from a happy chicken, I believe. Like the yolk is so much more, sort of full and orange. It's got that really brilliant texture to it. And when it's a sort of battery chicken, it just looks like a beige a smoker's wall that was once white but is now beige. It just looks awful.
I didn't know you were an egg specialist, Andy.
No, I'm not. I'm not, far from it. But I do. I have had lots of time to look into little things and bits and bobs, and I'd recommend Dr. Eric Berg on YouTube. I love Eric Berg. I think he's great. And
he's not wrong about the color of the yolk. Because like when I buy pasture eggs for like when I want to make like an omelet, like an omelet or something, versus like eggs when I'm just doing it to make for like a coating for chicken cutlets or whatever. I like buy the cheaper eggs. The cheaper eggs do have a more yellow, while the pasture raised eggs do have a more orange color to them. I mean, that is true.
Yeah, I'd recommend Dr. Eric Berg on YouTube. Go watch him. But if the thing is, with most people, they're busy. They got the 9 to 5, whatever it is. They're just too. And there's also I remember talking to Eggs when we were first doing his bot, and we were talking about self-sabotage a little bit. And I think it's an interesting topic because we do tend to self-sabotage, don't we? But why? Yeah, and I remember saying something to him along the lines of, you give the person the thing, and Eggs kept going, "What's the thing? What's the thing?" And I'm going, well, because I have a memory a long time ago, 20 years plus, I don't know, a long time ago, giving someone some coconut fat, some coconut oil, and they were overweight, and they were like, "It's fat," right in my face like that, and I was like, "Yeah, I know it's fat, but it'll make you more lean." Apparently a long time ago, so I think it was something like the 70s or something in America, they had lots of spare coconut fat. They didn't know what to do with it, so they gave it to the farmers to fatten up the livestock, and it actually made them more lean. So, but I mean, it's pretty the logic behind it's pretty simple. If you take in plenty of fat, then you just keep. I always tell people, become a fat fighting machine. If you starve yourself of fat, your body's going to cling to any fat that it's got, right? So just keep putting it through. That's what I do anyway. So lots and lots of fat, but it's like with anything else.
It's when it's like when your body can ingest a certain fat, like when your body has a certain fat and your body needs fats. What it does is it'll convert carbohydrates into like a fat or whatever, or something along those lines. Like it'll convert what it has into like a different type of fat. So I forget what it is, but it's just like when you supply your body with it, like, or you can trick your body into not producing a certain type of thing because you're ingesting a different type of thing where it tricks it. It's fucking, I don't know, it's biology, but we've known about this for like freaking decades.
I like this. I like this guy. He talks on my level. That's exactly how I talk.
Well,
because of the thing. And the thing.
That doesn't mean though that if you eat nothing
I
but
understood you.
fat,
That's
you're
what's
gonna
weird
get
about it.
skinny. Like that's not what that means. Yeah, like healthy fats exist.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. There's a big difference between the shitty fats, the bad fats, and the good fats.
You don't want saturated.
Yeah. There's a big difference.
If you eat 4,000 calories in avocados a day and you fucking are exercising and you're only burning 2,000, you're gonna be a fat piece of shit. Doesn't matter whether it's good fat. It's too much fat for your body to handle.
Yeah, everybody's so big now, aren't they? And there is a thing with me where I feel like just trying to put an arm around them, even though that's not possible, and just being like, it's so simple to lose weight. It's so bloody simple.
Well, outside of medical issues, it's not so much what you eat; it's how much. It's portion control. Getting outside of that, you have to be outside of that, you have to be full scenario in your brain, because that's the problem. You're never supposed to eat till you're full, ever.
I've never heard that. That's
you
interesting.
guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, dude.
Okay, I just wanted to correct. Somebody said that you're not supposed to eat saturated fat, and that's not true. Saturated fats are actually what you want to eat. Like saturated just means at room temperature it's solid. So like butter, ghee, tallow, coconut oil. Those are really, really good for you, and they're all saturated fats. What you want to stay away from is feed oils, and none of those are saturated. So just
Thank you. No, I appreciate it. No, but it's the concept that your brain isn't. I mean, it's connected, but it's not directly connected to your stomach. So when you're full, you've already hit past the point your body actually needs.
Well, that's because generally people they eat a lot of things that is suppressing your hunger signals and your saturated signals. If people ate as you kind of intended the carnivore way, the food that you're eating will literally start to taste bad. You don't want to eat more when you're full, and that is not when you get over that point. You only get over that point when you are when hunger signals and all that kind of stuff has been suppressed or enhanced by crap foods like sugars.
One of the easiest ways to do this is to just drink a full glass of water, wait 15 minutes, and then have another glass of water while you eat, and that'll limit the amount of intake by.
You kind of don't want to do that. You're diluting your stomach acid.
Well, no, because I don't know about that. That might be true or whatever, but it is a fact that your body will mistake thirst for hunger as well. So if you're dehydrated, you will want to eat more. So you do want to stay hydrated as much as possible.
This is why you need to experiment on yourself, isn't it? I always think. Like I say, I ain't drank straight water for well over a year, and I don't miss it. And it's not so much that somebody said water's a universal solvent and it'll wash all the minerals out of your body, and that logically made sense to me. I was like, oh yeah, that kind of does make sense. But is also the fact that I really haven't got access to good water to really. If I could buy a glass bottle of spring water, I'd go buy it. I just don't have access to that, so I just stopped drinking.
You don't have access to money or store where they sell the water.
Yeah, it's all plastic and shit. I'm sure it's the same in most towns now, isn't it? It's all plastic bottles.
Take water out of your tap, boil it, and make iced tea if you don't like the taste of water. There you go.
Yeah, I drink plenty of fluids, and so I was filtering my water, but I've just basically fucked that filter up. So the last few days I have been, and I've bought these huge plastic bottles of spring water because again, no choice. And then I do drink this sort of berry tea with it, with some honey in it. So yeah, as Tim rightly points out, I'm still drinking water in a sense, but yeah, some people think that boiling water can be problematic as well. And I've heard like some chemical situation with boiling water. I'm not 100% on that though.
I mean, the only thing that is problematic is that you don't die when you boil the water and drink it, because otherwise you die, right? Like from the bacteria. Like if we live the way we lived like 1,000 years ago, yeah, you're gonna die. And boiling water is removing that, and if you want to die, then that's problematic. But if you don't want to die, that's good.
Or some would say that the aspect of boiling water has downgraded our bodies for that bacteria, because we do know we need the bacteria.
Yeah, exactly. My brother loves these sort of. He's really into like UFC and those kinds of things. But I think he was watching some Survivor type of show. I don't like these guys. I always think there's a hotel around the corner, but I'm kind of very cynical. But anyway, he was watching one of these Survivor kind of shows, and the person that won it, or he's like a grand champion or something like this, he supposedly won this show, according to my brother. I didn't watch it, by not boiling his water, because he trained his body. This is allegedly, to drink this water without boiling it, just the lake water or whatever it was. Stream water. I don't know what it was, but apparently this is why he won, and because all the others had to boil the water, or it'd make them sick. Apparently, so I don't know. There's all kinds of mixed thoughts on that, isn't there? I mean, I watched that the Arginus Vonderplanets, obviously fake name, and he makes so many fucking outlandish claims about parasites and all kinds of stuff, and you're like, what the fuck? It's literally the opposite of what we've been told. He recommends to his audience in the first 5 minutes of one of his talks to drink vials of trichinosis, which is the parasite you get from pork. He recommends people to drink it.
You should be taken down right away.
Like what? So he's got a very different idea of what parasites are. And basically, they've been mislabeled in his opinion. And he eats raw meat and he eats rotten meat. They call it high meat. They let it rot. And
the problem is we don't get a good view of what it's like when he's off camera. Because for all you know, he throws that shit up.
Well, he got quite famous. He was on quite a few of those American talk shows, and I think he had a 60 Minutes piece. And they went to visit his house. You can check it out. And they go to his house, and then they watch him eating the meat outside. This is one of his recommendations: eat it outside because it smells so bad.
I guess that's just gross, and thank God I know I will never do that. That doesn't seem appealing for any reason.
Well, the other thing is as well. I mean, he says one of the biggest health boons would be raw cheese. He says raw cheese is super healthy, good for you in many different aspects. But one of them is that a lot of toxins stick to that cheese, according to this guy. But I remember there was a very strange thing around his death. He fell off a roof or something like this. If anybody knows better than me, please chirp in and correct me. But he fell off his roof or something, and they took him to the hospital, and he wouldn't allow them to do any procedures or anything like that. And he was freaking out at the nurses and whatnot. And then he was just asking for raw cheese. I want raw cheese. And I think he died somewhere. I don't know. He was last seen scoffing raw cheese. That's all I can say. Yeah, interesting guy though. If you go watch one of his talks, like the more he talks, the more logical it sounds. Even though some of the claims, as I say, are absolutely outlandish. Like he created a tapeworm to help he had some kind of irritable bowel. He never could quite go to the toilet properly without, I think there was blood in his stool and all kinds of stuff. And the thing that cured it eventually was a tapeworm. So that gives you some idea. Which he called his friend. And when he pooped it out, he stretched it across the floor in his house, and it was, meters and meters long. And he was sad to see his friend go. He was sad that he pooped it out.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's wild, isn't it?
Definitely.
But
wild.
this is interesting. This is something he said that stuck with me. Parasites can take in 100% toxins with only 2% waste. That's interesting, isn't it? So if you imagine your body's full of parasites and you took one of these ivermectin or whatever it is, and you killed all those parasites, all those toxins would flood into your bloodstream. And if that would certainly create a crisis for you, wouldn't it? You'd be lucky to survive, I would imagine.
I just heard that parasites make your body more acidic, and if your body's more acidic, you're more susceptible to cancer. And they're directly linked parasites to cancer. Just what I've heard.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of different schools of thought with this, isn't there? That's all I'm putting forward. I mean, you hear so many different ideas on these sorts of things. You're not quite sure what to think. Like, I think in this idea, and I can't remember too well. My memory's terrible, so you'll have to forgive me. But basically, a tumor's a good thing. It's trying to help you. It stores up all the bad the toxins or the dead and dying cells, if you will, and stores them in a place away from your mate. Anything you need, and then it creates a tumor to sort of keep them in that place. But yeah, I've listened to so many different opinions on cancer and what it is and what it isn't and all this, so I'm not exactly sure. I do find it funny that they poison the body to make it better. That's I'm not sure I can quite come to grips with that one. All that chemotherapy stuff sounds terrible.
You can always go to medical school and understand it. Probably explain it there.
Well, my auntie, she died at 91, I want to say. Maybe, I don't know. I'm just thinking because my uncle, her husband, died when he was like 96 or something. I don't know. It was. I remember because I was sort of in my recovery healing stage and I could barely walk, and he outwalked me with a Zimmer frame. That old fucker could move. And anyway, the point is, she went to the hospital. He couldn't wake her up basically. This morning, and they were very much creatures of routine. And so they got the ambulance there and they went to the hospital and they told my mum, oh, she's riddled with cancer. It's, so, she's basically done for anyway. And she was dead very quickly. I think the same day or something like this. But my point is that her life didn't change one bit. I mean, what did she do so right? Because that's the way to have cancer, isn't it? Right? I mean, she had no idea. So, I don't know. It seems to me way better. I don't even know they'd want to give any treatment anyway at that age, would they? I don't know. But seems to me that that's the way to do it.
Yep. Oh, so.
I don't know. I have a very odd opinion. Don't take my opinion, but I don't really think death is I don't think we really die. So, I mean, the funny thing is, I don't believe in death or taxes, actually, funnily enough.
No idea what that means.
Well, there's an old saying, isn't there, about death and taxes?
I gotcha.
Yeah. I always heard that more people die from cancer treatment than actually dying from cancer. I've never vetted it out though, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I certainly I have a deep mistrust for the medical industry and how much money they make on it. So I love it when people come they come knocking on my door, and it's like, we're raising money for cancer. Yeah, fuck it, right. Oh my god. And my brother's mental with that shit as well. I'd have to like keep your voice down, shh, because if he hears you, he's going to be like, get the fuck out of here. But these people who knock on your door and think, I don't know. It's like someone knocking on your door appealing for voting. I don't think voting's real either. So, I kind of want to sit them down and say, do you really think voting affects change? You're not that naive, I hope.
I mean, kind of helped me, but to each their own,
really?
I suppose.
I mean, if voting made any difference, it would be illegal, wouldn't it?
No, why?
Oh, so I see. So you think Joe Biden was making decisions?
Joe Biden?
You're one of those people.
I don't know.
That's not possible, is it, Zoidberg? Come on. You're better than that.
I mean, I don't know about Joe Biden. I was talking about like local politics. Voting absolutely helps.
Oh yeah, locally, sure. If you want to get sort of a ramp, a wheelchair ramp or something like that, sure, you can affect change in that way. But you're not going to change the taxes and such, are you?
Not, but no.
Do you think that if Kamala had gone up, we'd be seeing the same things we're seeing now?
I think whoever gets it. It made me laugh looking at Hillary Clinton and Trump. The idea that these two people. How the heck did you end up in a situation where you're voting for the worst two people in the world?
I mean, they definitely weren't the worst two people in the world. It's like,
I don't kind of are, aren't they?
In retrospect, like looking back, it's kind of insane that people actually did that. Like me and I hate like fucking South Park for propagating like the turd sandwich versus like douche like thing. I thought that was like fucking peak when I was like fucking teenager. Shit is so lazy. It's such a lazy analysis. Like they're obviously like Hillary Clinton was like better than Trump, unless you like Trump's policies. Well, then obviously you'd like Trump.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. Which you didn't answer the question.
If you're opposed to Trump, if you're opposed to what Trump was offering, then obviously Hillary Clinton was like 1,000 times better. Like just like objectively, I'm gonna be real. Like, if we're not like trolling, or if you're not like ideologically like captured.
Well, I just think they're going to say whatever they need to say, and then as soon as they're in the office, they don't do what they said they were going to do anyway, do they? Usually.
I don't know. Trump is doing most of the shit that he said he was going to do, to be honest. Like, most of Project 2025 is like, well, sorry, not most, but a good chunk of it is being implemented. Like, and it's only been half a year. Like, to be honest, he's like delivered on a lot of his promises. That's why I'm not like shocked. That's why I don't really like care when people are like, "Oh my god, I didn't know Trump was going to do all this." It's like, no, I mean, he like pretty much laid out everything he was going to do. Like, I don't know why you're surprised now. It's like,
so all I can think of now is tariffs. How is tariffs not just another tax on everybody?
well, I think it helps some of the people that Trump likes. So.
I mean, it definitely helps some people, doesn't it? The extremely wealthy. Doesn't help the poor people, though, does it?
Yeah, those are Trump's allies. I don't know why, because people got duped into believing that Trump actually gave a shit about like the average person, like, which is insane. Like, he never has cared. There was no evidence. Like, if you look at Trump's history, like pre-politics, it's like everything he's ever done is like for himself. Like, he's fucked over family members like for his own benefit. Like, why would he give a shit about the American people unless you're like a moron? Like, not to be no offense, but it's like I don't know why anybody would believe he cares about the American people more than himself.
So I think the thing with tariffs are in the short term, yeah, they're just another tax. But in the long term, what the plan is to have America start producing again. Because if you can You know, right now China can produce something that we produce for $3. They can produce it for a nickel and sell it for less than $3. So we can't produce it and sell it and compete with China. But if China has a tariff on them where, it's $6 coming in the door, we produce it for $3 and sell it for $5. We can produce it cheaper. Now we produce it cheaper than China. So that brings jobs to America, has America start producing again, and, helps. I mean, I'm not a Trump supporter, so don't take me the wrong way. I stay out of politics, but I think the plan is to get America to be great again. So, yeah.
Well, the problem with that is that he was giving exceptions to people. Was it if you bought like his meme coin or something, you got an audience with him, and he gave a bunch of exceptions to people importing like the final products. Like all the raw materials are still tariffed. So the manufacturers in the US that are trying to make these things from scratch are getting fucked, basically. And all the people importing them would be able to sell them cheaper. So that's exactly the opposite of what he was claiming that would do.
I mean, that's how Trump works. Like to be fair, I mean, he's pretty straightforward. Like I don't even it's like, oh, Trump's evil. He says like who he is. He like says what he does. Like people just decide to like, I don't know. They're just like enamored with his words or something about him. We just don't look into what he's actually saying and like the consequences that can come from his policy, whether it be like something good or bad. It's like people just take him at his word.
I think it's just anti-establishment, and that's good enough for them, and they don't really look past that.
This is why I wish Trump had won in 2020. A lot of people on the broadly speaking, right, general left, like in America, kind of felt like, I think a lot of people, me included, felt like the Democrats and like that form of like neoliberalism was like vindicated. And so a lot of like leftist organizing, like kind of like, well, electoral organizing for like leftists, like kind of died down like during the short Biden era. Then now I feel like it's picking up again now that Trump's back in office.
Well, because Biden wasn't absolutely unhinged, so people stopped paying as close attention. They got relaxed. Also, there were a bunch of people voting in 2024 whose political memory only goes back to Obama.
Yeah, unfortunately. Like there are people now, like there are like, there are a lot of voters like I've talked to on here. Well, future voters, they're like 18, like 19, and they really only remember like the Trump era. Like they only understand like this era of politics, like 2015 plus, which has been hell.
Yeah, I suspect things are going to get worse before they get better.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I could put forward to manufacture some any sort of evidence. I'm not sure. Perhaps if I keep talking, I could convince you, but I just don't think any of it's real. I think it's all just a facade for the public.
Yeah, but so my question was more, because when you say it's not real, it's all a facade, the implication there is that it doesn't matter who you vote for, the same shit's going to get done.
Yeah.
And I don't see that happening. Like, I don't see if Kamala had gone up, we'd be seeing what we're seeing in the news today.
Yeah, that's not a bad point. I mean, I've said this before, so forgive me if you've heard it, but I remember when I first started looking into that. I don't really like politics, if I'm honest, but I remember some of the first conspiracy stuff I ever watched was the sort of JFK thing, and I remember thinking, maybe in my conspiratorial mind, maybe JFK was the last real president actually, elected, not selected. But then later, now, It's funnily enough, I went back and watched that documentary was called A Rich Man's Trick, by the way, just in case anybody else wants to watch it. It's quite a long one, but it's pretty good. But I remember watching it somewhat recently and disagreeing with most of it. I watched about an hour of it. I was like, that's not true. That's not right. But anyway, the point is that it suddenly occurred to me quite recently, in the last few years, that no, hang on a minute. Why would any of them be legit? I don't see why any of them would be legit. Because the whole system it was set up by Freemasons, wasn't it? It is the great Freemason experiment.
I'm not sure if I do agree with that. If I did agree with that, I'm not sure what the implication would be.
You understand that there's secret societies, right?
Yeah, but I don't have the same view of them, I think, as maybe you do.
Funnily enough, I read something interesting. What did I read the other day about the Order of the Star? I can't remember it. Was it something to do with the Order of the Stars and Stripes or something like this? It was interesting. I think Frank Sinatra was part of the Order of the Star. I could be wrong on that. It's a long time since I've looked into anything like that. I used to know a list as long as your leg of all
a lot
these.
of rich people like to be a part of organizations, especially someone like like anything about Sinatra. I can understand why that type of personality would want to be in an organization like that. That makes sense. Like, I mean, there are a lot of fraternal orders, dog. Like, a dad's a part of like a fraternal order. It's not like as crazy as you think. And I mean, like some of them, like sure they have a lot of rich members, and some of them might have like the same goals or like business interests or whatever, but I mean it's not like that crazy. That type of thing's been around for like centuries and centuries and centuries and centuries and centuries. Like,
oh, I think it has. I think it's been around for centuries. I wouldn't be surprised if
no,
it's
not
been
like
around for
one.
thousands of years, to be honest.
No, not one singular organization. I'm talking about just just like fraternal orders and like fucking clubs like that have existed forever. It's just people LARPing, like they're just having fun, like
It just doesn't make sense to me that they sort of subscribe to mob rule, basically.
I feel like this is all this type of stuff is like a distraction from I feel like people and this like this is kind of a conspiracy in itself, but I feel like people are getting like fed all of these complex theories on it's this, and it's really just it's not that complicated. It's just like this is all just to distract you from like, hey, you can like vote, actually vote for the people that you want. You can organize and get people together to like for society to be run the way that you want it to be. And I feel like they just load people up with these conspiracy theories and stuff, so they're just like they never do that because then they're like, oh, they're just like too black pilled to do anything. Like, and I've seen like, and they're doing it, so, and it's not just like it's like this isn't a left right thing because they're doing it with like leftists too, like where it's just like I had to uninstall TikTok because it's like just like political left wing political black pills about how like everything sucks. The only thing left is like revolution. It's just fucking insane. Like that only benefits like the rich and powerful if you think there's like nothing you can do to stop them. Like,
but do you think that's intentional?
You want Manufactured Totem?
I'm wondering. I'm asking Hans. Do you think that's intentional? Like, do you think it's intentional?
I mean, I wouldn't know. I couldn't like prove it. I mean, I think that there are like certain like group, like I think that like there are like interested parties that like want it that way, sure, but like nothing like too nefarious, like an omnipresent,
Well, in the case of TikTok, for example, it seems to me it's just you get people that gravitate to a certain platform, and that's what that platform is largely going to represent. Like, I don't think anyone like maneuvered it into being like.
Well, I think Chinese intelligence and like Russian intelligence for sure have like used TikTok, and have taken advantage of the algorithm to push like content that is polarizing like American youth.
Oh, sure.
And there have been like a lot.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Twitter as well, right? Like Twitter was arguably the main push behind Trump getting elected this last time.
I also think I have a conspiracy theory that Bannon is a Russian asset, but I can't back that up. It's just
Steve Bannon?
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I'm fully, I completely accept that I could be wrong completely, and but it just my little spidey sense, I guess, pattern recognition. I don't think there's a left and a right. I think it's just two wings of the same bird. I think when you're younger, you obviously left leaning, and then when you get older, you're just naturally, more conservative. This is just kind of
Funny that didn't happen to me.
That's generally how it happens.
Well, not for the
we're allowed to
millennial generation though. Millennials they are becoming they're not becoming like right wing as they grow older. Like we have Zoomers millennials like Zoidberg, who are like he's like in the older he's like an older millennial like in his 40s, and like they're still like there's studies on this. They're like
Yeah, I'm 40 right now, like in his 40s.
Yeah, you are in your 40s.
Is that older millennial? I suppose so.
Yeah, I think so because they're like
Yeah,
some of the youngest.
By the way, same here.
I'm 42. How old?
Yeah.
What year are we? 42. Yeah.
I'm pushing 40, and I actually became like far left when I was like much younger, and I stay that way. I mean, this whole thing of like, oh, if what is it? If you're not a liberal, so what was that fucking meme thing?
If you're not a liberal, you're a fascist.
No, it's like if you're not a liberal when you're young in your youth, you have no heart.
Yeah.
You're like a liberal when
Yeah,
you're
that's bullshit.
older, then you have no brain.
Who says that?
Yeah, that's
conservative.
Bill O'Reilly, for example.
Conservative liberal.
Yeah, they love this thing. Yeah.
Liberal conservatism.
Yeah,
I've heard something similar. I heard a liberal is just is a conservative who hasn't been mugged yet, and a conservative is a liberal who's something. Something like that.
Everyone should read Rachel Maddow's book that came out last year. It's like really good. Even though I know people don't like her. It's about like the history it's basically about the history of like the fascist movements in America during like the late 1920s and 30s, and how like it's insane. They were literally US congressmen and senators that were directly supporting like the Nazis, like even when we're doing when they had like done like really fucked up shit already, and it all just got covered up at the end of the book. Basically, like the attorney, there's like I guess I forget someone who works for the attorney general, and the attorney general basically says like, yeah, we're just gonna basically cover all this up because like the war is over, things are booming. Like,
You read the book, Hans?
Yeah, finished it.
So does she mention the business plot?
Wait, what business plot specifically? And whose?
The business plot. That's the term for it. When during World War II, a bunch of American oligarchs, big capitalists.
Oh yeah. Oh, the White House push. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, okay. She didn't refer to it as business plot. She referred to it as the White House or Wall Street push. Yeah, she mentioned this.
Wait, was that it? Wait, General Butler?
Butler? Yeah, Major General Butler, yeah. He was going to be installed as dictator. Yeah, he was going to be installed as dictator, yeah.
Oh, cool. At least she talked about it. But how it's known...
everything.
How it's known in academia, as far as I can tell, is the business plot. Cool if she mentioned that, because this is something that should be this is incredible, right? Like in America during World War II, a bunch of American capitalist oligarchs were like, you know what? We really like, cheap labor, and oppressing unions, and oppressing communists, and oppressing socialists and anarchists, right? Really like that, what Germany's doing there. oh wait, but Roosevelt is like taxing us so much to to build like roads and parks and shit. Goddamn commie, right? So they decided to overthrow him with an actual plan, right? To have a fascist coup in the United States, led by General Smedley Butler, but General Butler.
Medley Butler?
Smedley. It is that's yeah.
Smedley,
Yeah, his name is.
Do you know
You'll
it's
never forget it.
Yeah,
it's insane
and
because
he,
you know J.P. Morgan was involved in this, not the person, but I'm saying
oh,
like
do you know who
big
else?
companies like
Do you know who? Do you know
firms.
who else? Do you know who else? Prescott Bush, the grandfather of George Bush Jr.
Oh right, yeah, that's true.
Prescott, yeah, why?
Imagine if this had actually like. Imagine if this had. Is there? I wonder if there's any like alt history books where this like plot worked.
Mm. Well,
But yeah, like all of this stuff
Kind
got
of.
like this didn't get cut, but it's like there's like worse things than this that got covered up, and it's just like and it's all kind of coming to like the It's all been coming to the like the surface in the last like 20 years, and it's just like kind of paints like a really fucked up picture, to be honest, about America. Like
American capitalism. Let's be specific.
That's not just American capitalism; it's just America.
It's literally American capitalists.
That's just one plot, dog. Like there were other people. Like I'm also talking about, do you know the Silver Shirts? Like they had like tens of thousands of members. I think they had like I don't want to like I'm gonna highball here. I think they may have had like 100K members like at one point. These were like basically like not they were Nazis. Like, they were like the same as like the Nazis in Germany.
Right.
And they were. It's the only good thing is that like so many of these groups were so incompetent, and so many of them, the people that were like running and managing things, were super incompetent or like narcissistic, and so things fell apart pretty easily. Well, not easily, but
Well, this is where I see it. Right, if we were a group of friends and we were all fucking loaded, right? Isn't it better that we just sell it to the people that they've got some semblance of freedom? They think they live in a democracy, but actually they don't.
Yeah.
We're just making all the decisions anyway behind the scenes because we basically own everything. So that we'll just make it seem as if by pushing these two people forward that they can pick one or the other. And generally speaking, it's still going to be business as usual. That seems
I
to me.
almost wish it was that simple. That would be awesome. Then we could just.
Well, it is that simple.
Take down those people. Well, no, it's not. But it would be cool if it was.
No, I don't
Well,
think
of course
it
it
is.
is. They just pass it. They pass it down.
It'd be a lot
through
easier
the-
to stop if it was that simple too. Holy shit.
Well, they just pass it down through the secret societies. Why is it not that simple?
I mean, it's one thing to say, for example, that like big pharma makes big donations to both political candidates, or big oil does the same. So whoever goes up, they're going to owe favors to one or the other. But big pharma, for example, doesn't care about immigration. Big oil doesn't care about a whole bunch of other things. The kind of thing you're talking about is a grand like master plan that's been devised by some small group of people that they're just going to implement whoever goes up. I don't see that.
It seems a bit risky to hand the reins over to the most powerful seat in the world. I'm doing this with, I'm doing the hands. Clearly, that's ridiculous. They wouldn't do that, would they? I mean, it's too risky.
Who is they? I don't even know who they is. Like this is
Secret
like,
society's hands.
Man, you're putting too much
unfalsifiable, man.
Secret
Well,
society.
wait a minute. Did secret societies, form the country in the first place? Did they found the country?
No.
Not. I mean, it all depends on what you mean by.
Wait,
I mean, they revealed. Sure. Wait, no! Don't do
Wait.
this cringe shit. Because like the Continental Congress, like they revealed themselves, like through like the Declaration of Independence, right? Like they literally sent it to the fucking bridge. It's not like it was a fucking. I mean, sure, it was like a secret at first, obviously. Like no shit. Right, because if the British knew that they were trying to fucking like leave, like separate from the empire, like they were gonna get fucked.
So most of the founding fathers, if not all, was Freemasons. Yes.
But
I wouldn't. I don't know if that's true or not.
But
I don't know if that's true. I know a lot of the reason why I don't think that's true is because I'm pretty sure like a lot of like the colonies like in the Northeast, like the main religion was it was some sort of Protestantism. It starts with an E. Damn it! Wait, let me see if I can find it.
E?
Because like
the Puritans, the
no, not Puritans.
evangelists.
It starts with an E. No. If I looked at what religion most presidents are, it'll come up. What religion were presidents?
Man,
Okay, it's right. Yeah, most of them were Episcopalians, I'm pretty sure, or Presbyterians.
That's not E, that's A. God damn it.
Episcopalians is an E.
Episcopalian is an E.
Yeah, okay. It sounds
my
like
God,
an A.
man. Episcop. In Slavic, we have the word episcop. It starts with an E, which is an E.
How about this word, Picha?
Shut the fuck up. Cringe.
They don't know
But
what
even if it were true that the founding fathers were Freemasons, doesn't mean that they were founding the Constitution as like a Freemasonic project.
And by the way, most of these like boys clubs, they're not like these like baby sacrificing, like they're just a bunch of, usually
Rich
quite
assholes.
quite. I mean, like
Some of them even ban business. Like you can't even talk or discuss certain business like while you're there.
I thought you meant capital. Okay, but no, like take the Illuminati. The Illuminati was just a bunch of basically scientists who wanted to progress humanity based on like scientific, like enlightenment, right? Which is basically the technocrats. Like we have people here, like right now, who believe these kind of basic things, right? That's what the Illuminati was. There's nothing more to it.
What do the Illuminati want?
But I saw them. It's a lot cooler if they're more than that though.
Yeah, if they're like opening gates of hell, right, secretly, and like raping babies. Right.
Well, I feel like this is like if there was like a real there isn't a real secret society. I would say
babies?
That control like shit, but I think that there are people on the top that like do kind of like they're like kind of laughing at people for falling for these conspiracy theories and believing this shit. To be honest, like I think they're more like inclined to laugh at you for that.
That's guaranteed.
Because it's a distraction. It's like it's to make people like think that there's like, oh look, it's over here, when it's actually just like it's right there.
Well, it's even beyond conspiracy theories. I think when people fall for like crazy level rhetoric that the person has designed to like basically motivate you to vote for them to get into power, that's even obvious.
I mean, it was so obvious that Joe Biden's not controlling anything. He can't control his bladder. He can't tie his own shoelaces. He can't fucking speak a sentence. He's not controlling anything. At some point, they were making it so obvious that they might as well have Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson as president. Now, if you don't realize that, that's fine. You sound vaccinated. You obviously got the vaccine, and you obviously think Trump was attempted assassinated. It's all just a show, as far as I'm concerned. Fight, guys! Fight! Come on, Patriots!
Yeah, but like the whole point of like you are like a political leader, and like let's say you're some kind of political operative, like you're trying to convince people with low information to take time out of their day to basically put you in power. So it is kind of funny when you have to give them like very heated rhetoric. You need to scare them and stuff like that in order to get them in a position to vote for you.
But put them in what power? I mean,
like,
look,
it is a literally one-way streak. Like you get the benefit of the power, and they get to lose because they live in like a delusion.
What power have they got, though, exactly, a president? I don't think they got that much power. I think of the prime minister in my country. What assets have we got? We ain't got
You're
any
not
assets.
head of state if you're prime minister, though.
No,
You're
but
not
the
head of
point
state.
is, we have sold our assets to private companies. So
no, what I'm trying
we
to tell
don't have
you is
any
the
assets.
president and prime minister, the president of the United States and the prime minister of the UK are not the same. Like,
But it's a
he's
similar
like the-
story, Hans. This is the issue. Is that what is your country now? The national debt is it like 30 trillion or something like this? Every American born has $110,000 of debt, right?
So
I don't think it's the way it works.
So?
Andy, I don't think that's the way it works.
Yeah, like
To
just
be fair.
debt for governments is not the same thing as debt for like a
It doesn't
a
touch
small
the
business or like
private.
like a like a family enterprise, family budget. There we go. Oh my God, family budget. It's not the same thing, because when you're a government and you're in debt, you might use that debt for I don't know frivolous things. Oh my God, I'm not saying it right.
Frivolous.
Thank you. Yeah, or you can use it to, I don't know, build bridges, right? Or fix bridges, fix roads, which guess what? All of that contributes to the GDP, right? Better roads are like veins. They're like the veins of the economy, right? That's where the things flow through in your economy.
Yeah, the spice must flow.
Yeah, and you can build you can use that debt to invest in companies, right? Who will like make business, right? Make GDP.
All I'd say is I see a lot of people who, I mean, you're talking about they've got power. I don't think they've got any power because these private individuals with fucking tons of there's some people with more money than most countries. These people, they have power, and they use that power and influence, and that seems very obvious to me. And the idea that
why are they mutually exclusive? Why can't both exist?
Well, it's interesting. We were talking about this the other day. You've heard of the BRICS, right? These nations. I was actually looking to see whether they could, whether the state actually owns most of their assets, and it turns out they do. So that is kind of an interesting dynamic.
I don't even know why it has to be owning. Like, why can't they just have enough power to where they can tell them, hey, like, you need to follow this rule, you need to follow that rule, and just them following the rule influences like their production.
Well, I mean, if you're in massive debt and you don't own any assets, I don't see how you've got any power. That's
well,
my
the
point.
United States owns assets
Owns
more
what?
than its the U.S.'s assets are worth more than its land.
But do they
Like
actually belong to the
military
government
equipment
though,
and
or are they
all this stuff.
privately owned, like the Federal Reserve?
Yeah, it does. No, like federal land is American, and the
It's
land
not
that
like
America owns is worth like trillions and trillions.
because I don't know too much about American politics, but I do know that the Federal Reserve is privately owned, and that's an issue, isn't it? Because you know,
Yeah, but
it's neither
the
federal.
land America owns is like man.
You think that Federal Express should be owned by the government too?
This is a whole.
I think they should be owned by the people.
Yeah, like this is
That's
the whole
idea.
thing. Okay, so America has $263 trillion in assets. Like that's like the country. As so far as that, like the main thing you also need to recognize is one of the main arguments is whether or not the United States should be monetizing its assets. So like whether or not the United States should be like finding ways to generate revenue off of its
Is it cutting
assets,
out
which I mean
just for
obviously
me?
I believe is the case. But
Yeah, it's breaking
that's
up
a
a
big part of the debate right now. Oh, am I?
I just don't see how if you know, you got to force a lot of private owners to do things. I don't see that happening. I see them using their influence, but not the other way around. I don't see the large.
Happens all the time.
Well, I don't see it personally. I see them giving huge amounts of
So
money to Israel. That's what I
NVIDIA
see.
makes a bunch of chips. Nvidia makes a bunch of chips. Why can't they sell to China?
Aren't they made in China?
Hong Kong.
No,
Oh. Oh my God. What is it?
Taiwan. Yeah, so Nvidia is not allowed to sell to the Chinese.
They'll just make their own, though, won't they? Like they do with everything else.
Like that,
They'll just
like
they'll just
imagine
get
doing.
they'll just copy the thing.
Won't
That's
get
what they
good,
tend
though.
to do.
Takes a lot of money to do that. And industrial espionage.
No, they can't.
Also, the Federal Reserve, while it is quote unquote private, they do have to answer to Congress. And you're super
It's
robotic.
not really a technology you can copy.
I think somebody's delayed in this conversation.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lag.
Is it me?
Yes. That was clear, but everything before that was not.
So the first conspiracy documentary I saw was Aaron Russo's America's Freedom to Fascism. I don't know how many in this room have seen it, but I highly recommend it. It's all on the IRS
You
and the
sound like
Federal
you're
Reserve. Sorry about that. What I had said is the first conspiracy documentary I saw was Aaron Russo's America's Freedom to Fascism. It's all about the Federal Reserve banking system and the IRS, and I highly recommend everybody watch it if you haven't seen it already. So, thank you.
So, Andy, you said some time ago that you're perfectly willing to accept that you might be wrong, but you also said things like, you can't be that naive and you can't possibly believe that. It sounds like you're much more bought into this than you're letting on. Is Evan still here? No, he's not. Never mind.
Oh.